Hello, everybody. What is up? I hope everyone's having a good weekend. I hope you're all looking forward to more Dawntrail. Let me just get myself logged in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. But yeah, also, for anybody who may or may not be watching on YouTube. Ooh, let me also fix something real quick on YouTube. There we go. Okay, for anybody who may or may not be watching on YouTube and have seen the thumbnail, you may notice Shizune's hair looks a little different. I may have changed her hair between streams after I'd already taken the screenshot for the thumbnail, and I don't feel like remaking it. So, yeah. But surprise! New hair! Because I like the hairstyle I was using, but it's always bothered me how, like, thin-looking the ponytail is. So I decided to just, you know, Shizune chopped her hair off for the new journey and stuff. Plus, it's cute. And it looks good with all my glamours, which is the important part. Anyway. Let's just go ahead and jump right into MSQ. Gotta run back over to everybody. You know, I got a nice little rest in between our return from Kozamaoka and now. And now we talk to the approachable Pelu Pelu, who is waiting for my questions. I've been waiting for what feels like days and eaten enough of Brukevu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern is confirming the state of the road ahead. Hang on. As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fort. Should we should we be wary of anything along the way? Hang on. That is indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, they'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. That's right, hang on. I should be approaching the way the Pelu Pelu talk is more of a salesman sort of thing, right? Okay. Talking to a Pelu before we started was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not have a treacherous or brave a treacherous, slippery trail on foot. Ugh, why did it have to be alpacas? The beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. The Pelu Pelu, while being small, is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess at their age. Alize, what does that mean about your thoughts on, oops, hang on. Somebody from my FC just logged in and I want them to check out my, hang on. Social, housing, estate settings, private chambers, guest access settings, allow access. There we go. Okay. But no, seriously, Alize, what does that mean about your opinions about, Lalafell? Because everything you said, other than the masks, applies to them too! Alize? Oh my, are these fluffy babies our mounts? They are. May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Orkopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. These alpacas can carry so much luggage, so they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? No. Alpacas are native to Yogg-Toral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. Yep! So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good! I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. So they're like the Fae. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes! I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. Oh, oh shit, I forgot to turn that off. Hang on, let me fix... thank you for bringing that to my attention, Zell. Let me turn it off. Or Zev, oh my god. It's never gonna stop. Hang on. Platforms. And let me go into StreamerBot real quick. There we go. Which also means there's one other thing I need to fix. Oh no, why are you freezing on me? You're just being dumb. Yeah? Ah. There we go. Oh, I missed some dialogue, I think. I better not get spit on again. Oh, okay. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this. But if we need a ride, or to ride alpacas to reach Orkopacha, then that's what we'll do. Yeah! I forgot to change my glamour. I didn't realize I wouldn't get a chance to.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
We're here!
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before. The air is so crisp and clear. Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh?
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places.
Yeah? Oh. Yeah, indeed.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal? Is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool.
Damn, they're good.
They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
Uh-huh.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
Aww.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu
Yeah.
merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Famous last words. Also, I wonder what would happen if you stuck...
Watranpelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
If you stuck,
It's right there.
some Pelu Pelu and Uldan Lalafell merchants in a room together. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While mayhap not the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. Yeah, it's cold, but as soon as I'm in a sanctuary, I need to change my glamour. The palace crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Uklamat's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents, I see. I could see more buildings down the path Bolnok was taking. I wonder what's over that way. Oh, right, she ran ahead. This is it, Wanchun Pelu, home of the Pelu Pelu. Uklamat would have arrived before us. Oh, yep, there she is. That's not good. Why? You've come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, so that means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided. But it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Uklamat, no! Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. All right, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem. Ahem. What did we just talk about? Aaronville, when did you... Just now. Ah, Shatona from afar off Shaktaral? Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Uklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Aaronville's words of caution to heart. Agreed. Alright, one moment. Let me just go ahead and, boop. Much better. No need to get stuff from the Pelu Pelu when I have nice warm clothes already all my own. I swear, I let her out of my sight for one moment. Uklamat is lucky to have Aaronville. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. It would seem the Pelu Pelu are also partial to coffee. All these houses and buildings made to Pelu Pelu size. And mine too, come to think of it. Damn. Uklamat is ready to search out the Dawn Servant's Elector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Trial, Alize and I will speak with the merchants. Mook Lamont, hang on. Mook Lamont, you and Aaronville might try approaching travelers and passersby. In other words, you don't trust Mook Lamont to be anywhere near the merchants anymore, huh? Shizune, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Gotcha. Okay. Step 1. Attune to the Aetheryte. And set my home point. Hello, Cyrus Knock? Hello, hello! How are you tonight? Today. It's not nighttime quite yet. Words are hard. But hi, hi! The Dawn Servant's Elector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care who sits at the throne so long as they keep Torel peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. No, thank you. Oh, right, yes. You were asking about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route. Thank you, I appreciate it. We're currently working our way through replaying Final Fantasy XIV. I've been playing since The Realm Reborn. And on my main, I'm caught up. And currently on that good relic shrine. On this character, this is stream number 3 in Dawntrail. I think Dawntrail is overhated, and replaying it, I'm actually enjoying it even more than the first time, because I'm seeing all this stuff that, like, I wouldn't have caught on to the first time. Like, there's some really interesting foreshadowing in here. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. Yeah, I bet he could. Is there? There's not. Okay. I couldn't remember if there was a Ether Current up there, but there's not. It does seem like the kind of place they would put an Ether Current, though. I'm trying to see if I can run into any of our friends while I run around here. Alpaca. There we go. Does anybody actually use the porters once they have their own mounts and, like, past level 20, basically? Once they have their own mounts, and especially once they can fly. Okay, here's the thing. I am extremely critical of Endwalker. I think it's really overhyped. I think the pacing in it is really bad, and that it should have been 2 expansions, and there's a lot of plot points that either got rushed or dropped. Dawntrail, I think, like, I'm not saying it's a perfect expansion, but I think there's a lot of stuff that Endwalker did badly that Dawntrail like that stuff specifically, Dawntrail does a lot better. I think the pacing is better in Dawntrail. The use of Final Fantasy references is a lot better in Dawntrail. I think Endwalker overused the Final Fantasy IV references, especially in places where other Final Fantasy games should have been referenced instead. Case in point, I think the Tower of Babel should have been based off of Kefka's Tower. I think there should have been so much more Final Fantasy VI, maybe a little Final Fantasy XII, especially in the Garlemald parts. I think, the pacing is really bad. The Final Fantasy IV references, I think, were overdone at the expense of specifically 8, 9, I think should have been referenced more. And maybe 12, just because like Xenos was supposed to be a Final Fantasy 12 reference. That's why he's the legatus of Final Fantasy 12. There is supposed to be a parallel between him and Vayne from 12. Oh, right, 6. 6 should have been referenced. And in the meantime, I think they did a really good job with Dawntrail of making it basically the combination of, oh, no, I think the post-Endwalker 4 references were actually better done. Because here's my thing with Final Fantasy 14, or with the way Final Fantasy 14 integrates references to other Final Fantasy games, is that I think it needs to be well integrated into the world building, and, they need to make sense for what they're doing, and it needs to be done in a way where people who haven't played the games aren't gonna feel like they're missing out if they don't get the reference, but people who have played those games will be able to be like, hey, that's cool, that's what they that they reference that thing. Here's the thing, you play base Endwalker, Tower of Zot, Final Fantasy IV reference. The version of the sisters that they used was the Final Fantasy IV version, even though like they're from 4 and 10. And then you get to the moon, or not even the moon. You get to Garlemald and Tower of Babel, Final Fantasy IV reference with the dungeon bosses, except for Anima, who got done dirty and should have been a trial, by the way, also being a Final Fantasy IV reference. You get to the moon and finally you get like the best Final Fantasy IV reference of the base expansion, because Best Ways Burrows, that part actually makes sense. And I think works really well with the Loprits and how everything is set up there. So you've got that, and I think people wouldn't have had as much of an issue with the Final Fantasy IV references in the patch quests if they hadn't so overdone it in the base expansion. Because the base expansion, like I said, I think Tower of Babel should have been Kefka's Tower. Maybe with like the Lunar Primals, remember them? They kind of disappeared. Have like the Lunar Warring Triad be the bosses of a Kefka's Tower based dungeon. Especially since Garlemald always was a reference to 6 and 12. Their Magitech weapons, those like their little tanks and stuff, a lot of that was from Final Fantasy VI. The Legatus armor was a reference to the Judge armor in 12. And then all that just kind of got thrown out the window in Endwalker. And yeah, and in the meantime, I think Dawntrail did a really good job of basically being a mesh of Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy IX with a little bit of Final Fantasy VII flavoring. And like replaying this, I talked about this a little bit. This is your first of my streams, so you wouldn't know this. But when the expansion opens up and we're on the ship and we get hit by a storm, and the Warrior of Light activates a shield to protect everybody on the ship from lightning. Considering what happens later in the expansion, I think that was a really nice touch. That's a really interesting bit of foreshadowing. B, the big theme of the expansion is grief. And I had kind of forgotten that came up before you get to the stuff with the Yokoi. But, like, you go to Kazumaoka and they're grieving because they got hit by the same storm that we got hit by on the ship, and they lost people. And they're like, because of that, they're focusing so much on rebuilding and mourning that they're neglecting Ihihana. And in getting them to actually repair the float and hold Ihihana, not only are they able to restore their land and reconnect with one another as a culture, but they're able to celebrate their dead loved ones and give them a bit of a send-off. So that theme of mourning actually starts a lot earlier than I remembered, which is really cool to see. So yeah. Oh, also, I realized Wuklamat attacking Bakul Jaja and like going at him from above with her axe gets echoed in 7.3 with stuff that happens there, which lets you really see the bookends of her character arc, which I think is cool. So yeah, thank you for coming to my Dawntrail is good actually TED Talk. Which isn't to say that I think it's perfect. I want to do video essays, and one of the things I want to do is a series called I Can Write It Better. Endwalker is on the chopping block for that. I am literally working on the script for an I Can Write It Better about Endwalker, where I'm gonna like talk about a lot of the stuff I just talked about now, and then some other stuff. In terms of things that I think wasn't so great about Endwalker, and then how I would have written it, basically making it 2 expansions, and whatnot. Spoiler alert, it involves us actually going to Corvos instead of it constantly being brought up, and then us not getting to go there, among other things. But, I have ideas for an I Can Write It Better for Dawntrail. The thing is, I don't want to touch Dawntrail until the current story arc is over. I do want to do Endwalker, and I want to do A Realm Reborn, because that story arc is over. So I can have stuff that happens later on in the Heidelin Zodiac story arc inform things that I would have done with A Realm Reborn to set things up better and just like pace things better. Maybe Stormblood, but my issues with Stormblood aren't the same as most other people's issues with Stormblood, and I don't know if I have enough to make a whole video about it, but we'll see. Anyway. That's fair. I think a lot would have been a lot better if, hang on. For anybody who hasn't seen Dawntrail, I'm taking off my hood so that, I can talk about spoilers and you guys have a visual cue for when I'm done talking about spoilers. So mute if you don't want to hear me talk about spoilers. Anyway, I think a lot could have been improved with Dawntrail if, as much as I love Rootin' Tootin' Cowboys in Shalani, if instead of us doing that, or maybe alongside with us doing that, if Kona had come with us and we'd been able to like develop him more as a character and get to know him more as a character, because we don't get to spend enough time with him. We don't really get to know enough about him. And I think there's a few things where just like a few lines here and there to better make certain things clear would have helped. Like just give us a line where it's like, oh yeah, part of the reason why we don't seem as close to Zeralja is because he's a lot older than us. He was like, there's a short story on the Lodestone where it mentions him being like 13. I think it was like 13 when Wuklamat was 5. So he's way older than them. Them meaning Wuklamat and Kona. So it makes sense that they're not as close to him, and they don't have the same kind of relationship as Kona and Wuklamat have. But it would have been nice if that had been in the game. And yeah. So, but I don't want to... I'm holding off a lot of my judgment of Dawntrail until we get more of the current story, because there may be things in Dawntrail that are building up for stuff for like next expansion or the expansion after that we just would not know to notice. I am gonna be side-eyeing the whole meteors in Yoctel, completely changing the ethereal makeup of the jungle, nervously until this story arc is over and nothing comes of it, because I've played enough Final Fantasy to know if something comes from space and it fucks shit up like that, you shouldn't trust it. And who knows what else happened in this expansion that, like, we think is filler or something, and it turns out that it's actually not filler, but we won't know until later in the game. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna put the hood back up. So, no more spoiler talk from me. Let's talk to this NPC. Electors? Oh, yes, I've heard all about the rite of succession. I basically don't want to spoil people who may be watching who aren't completely caught up, basically, so I try to be careful with that. But anyway, they're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zeralja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, potentially. Oh, there are so many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Yeah, that's not what Zeralja wants to do. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? Absolutely not. No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zeralja or his policies. Yeah, weird how after fighting the Garleans, I'm super against imperialism and stuff. Isn't that wild? The first promise will come here too, won't he? I'll have to give him a nudge in the right direction. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. You can tell she's an important character because her outfit is a different color from everybody else. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobli, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobli noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Aha! Oh, right. What am I doing? I should be using my mount. Maybe not that mount. It's fine. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. And then there was this enchanting ornament. Uklamat, no! Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobli is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. What? Back already? I am. Did you miss me? Yeah, Blue Chocobo. His name is River because I'm a streamer. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Thank you. I'm a big fan of puns. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh, yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. That's all of you! Though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Heh, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great! We can meet back here to share our impressions. Oh yeah, I forgot all about the trading part of this. Mablu, you're not secretly Tobley, right? Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops. I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck! That's funny, you said you didn't know much or anything about any electors. Remember, I never actually said there was an elector in Wanchumpelo. You think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that, in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the Third Promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then? I feel like you're fucking with me. I sniff out the head ledger and a heart, or I'll sniff out the head ledger and a heartbeat. You'll see. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. He's supposed to mention his favorite pungent hobby. Two of you guys mentioned alpacas. The other one didn't mention anything, really. They're so cute, though! I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Uh-oh, wait, hang on. Oh, cool, I can double check my chat log. I think it might be the diligent ranch hand. Because he warned about spitting alpacas. Which Mablu mentioned earlier that he got mad at her for not doing that for a customer. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores, I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobley, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobley, head rancher of Wanchumpelo, and head rancher of the family ranch. Or head ledger of Wanchumpelo, head rancher of the blah 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 blah, yeah. I question, do you get it right no matter what, or do you get something different if you answer wrong? I am also one of Galul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! And a place featured in the Tuliolel saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you fair and square, Tobli. Interesting. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bit ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant Elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
She says, not making eye contact.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
We're literally standing around one of you guys talking. I think he can figure it out.
You're Tobli.
Also, do we ever find out how he passed the rite in or the test in Tozama Uka? Did he just like intimidate the reeds into growing?
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Look at that face. How could it possibly do anything wrong?
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
Careful, Wukoma. I can smell your fear.
Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, that stinks! I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Probably should have stipulated you needed to bring the alpaca back uninjured, huh?
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamart? We thought we heard you scream.
You did.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
A very loud startled yelp. I'm pretty sure that qualifies as a scream.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I love Aaronville so much. I hope we get more of him in the future. I've done my duty and assigned the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. I was impressed with how easily Zeralja found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. Judging by the volume of Uclamat's scream, alpaca expectoration must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. Zeralja puts me in mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two of them, though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. Was he, though? So this is our sought-after elector. I did say remaining calm was key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. To be fair, she didn't know it was a wild alpaca when she approached it. Anyway, we've got an ad coming up, so I'm going to put up the BRB screen so I can get some stretches in and maybe refill water and stuff. Everybody else, go refill your water. Go grab a snack. Go hug your pets. Or a loved one or something. And I'll see you guys on the other side. Alright, we're back. Talked to everybody, which means we get to continue. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it off, or got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Why not let, like, Elfino sniff test you, or Aaronville, or... I saw that look. Literally anybody other than me. Why does it have to be me? So, can you still smell it? Be honest. Aaronville wishes to discuss the feat of gold. As Wuklamot helped demonstrate, the valley alpacas are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those, then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel, in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. You know, I know he said he's gotten better, but maybe it's a good thing Astidian was so absent from this expansion. In that case... That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier, 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think it can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. Hey, people meme about Wuklamot being stupid, but girl can do math. If we need... Oh, wait. Never mind, she can't do math. I also can't do math. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alphino's million gil. Or million gil, yeah. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. Hey, Ash. I think it's an interesting way of, characterizing them, because they are basically saying how much it is in the context of a ledger, and that makes a lot of sense for them as a race. That being said, shove them in a room. Like, I would love to see what would happen if you took Tobli and stuck him in a room with Lolorito and just let them try to, like, negotiate something. How do you think that'd turn out? I'm not so sure about this raiding idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Hello again. Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's all right if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuklamot goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third promised. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle. Ash! Thank you for gifting Cyrus with a sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. At the very least, Alphino, it might be easier to haggle without you with us specifically. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly. Although, Shizune, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. Yeah, don't let Alphino haggle. That's my sage advice. Also, again, it's a good thing Estinian isn't with us, because my advice is also, don't let him haggle. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing! But I'll leave the wool with Shizune anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool with Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Turning 100 pel worth of wool into a 10,000 pel saddle is exactly the kind of suggestion I'd expect from the head of a merchant clan. Don't worry if it was, I'd worry if it was just Wuklamat, but it sounds like Mablu knows a thing or two about trading. I have every confidence he'll come back with the saddle. Tending to the alpacas, are we? I had some experience with that when I was younger. Mablu hasn't given up, I see. Oh? Anyway, I think this part of the game, like, I'm kind of mixed, because on one hand, I do think that this trial is a good example of what you were talking about earlier, Sai, about, like, showing, don't telling, because Wuklamat does just end up walking off and then coming back with the alpaca, and maybe that should have been a cutscene. But on the flip side, I don't think getting the alpaca was the real trial to begin with. I think it was always intended to be. I think with all of these trials, there's like what the people say the trial is, and then what the actual trial is. Oh, sightseeing log. Hang on. So like, they said the trial is getting the alpaca. I think the real trial always was supposed to be take this wool, turn it into a super expensive saddle to get the alpaca. And if you aren't able to, with any of these, if you aren't able to do it on your own, knowing who, being willing to ask for help and knowing who to turn to get that help, I think was a big part of all the rite of succession stuff in general. Because that's what a good leader should be doing. They shouldn't all be trying to handle everything all on their own. And that's why Zeralja would have made such a bad leader, is not only was he trying to do everything on his own, but every single one of the trials we see him accomplish, like beat, he beat with intimidation. Anyway, time for some side quests. Sivlu is counting down the days until she can resume trade as normal. Ah, you must be the artisan from Tuliolo. You're right on time. The damage the caravan sustained from the storm must be evaluated as soon as possible, so I must ask you to begin your inspection immediately. I'm sure you know this well enough, but be sure to check whether any of the frames have been cracked, the canopies ripped, or the balloons on either side punctured. We cannot move the caravans until we know they are safe. Have care while inspecting the caravans. You will find caravans stopped throughout the settlement. You need but inform me when you've finished. I think you have me. I like how she mistakes me for she, he, they. I like how they mistake me for somebody I am not. And instead of correcting them, I'm just like, all right, sure, I'll do this thing. Then again, that fits really nicely with this character's lore. You carefully examine every elm of the caravan, but discover no issues of note. That happens a lot. Yeah, well, have I told you, Ash, what this character's lore is? We do also have new people here, so I'll tell it anyway. So, both of my characters, this character and my main, are named Shizune. And I'd always sort of been resisting the urge to make my main, or an AU version of my main anyway, this character's sister, because they both have the same name, so that'd be weird. The canopy's fastenings appear to be coming loose. While this will not impede the caravan's ability to travel, repairs should or would undoubtedly lead to a more enjoyable journey for its passengers. Anyway, I decided this character, her name isn't actually Shizune. She just kind of accidentally pulled a Lise, in that Shizune is her older sister, who is a successful adventurer, and they look enough alike that people keep mistaking this character, whose real name is Shizuru, for her sister. And she's a newer adventurer, so like when she sets off on her adventures to begin with, people keep being like, wow, are you the famous adventurer Shizune? We have a job for you, it pays this much. And Shizuru was just like, yes I am Shizune, definitely, for sure. I will do this job for you in exchange for that, for money. And now here we are. You notice water pooling in the caravan's interior. If it is not removed swiftly, this flooring's integrity may be compromised. And in this version of the lore, the plot twist is Azim was a pair of twins, so they're both Azim. May God have mercy. I'm sorry. May Zodiark have mercy on Emmett Selk's soul. You carefully examine the balloon, but are unable to identify any punctures or tears that might prevent travel. So yeah, Shizuru just has, and I was debating if I wanted to name change this character to Shizune, or to Shizuru, but I actually think it's kind of funnier to keep having her name be Shizune and have everybody calling her Shizune still. The Scions fully know that she's not actually the Shizune Dazkar. She is the Shizuru Dazkar, but they just kind of humor her. My, you did a wonderful job. Though it seems some of the caravans will need slight repairs, I'm relieved to hear the damage was not significant. By the way, an artisan claiming she'd been beckoned all the way from Tuliolol to assist with inspections came to me moments ago asking for work. I was in such a hurry to have the caravans examined that I mistook you for her. Please forgive me. I'm just grateful you were kind enough to heed my request. The caravans are an innovation of Kona's. During his studies across the salt, he encountered something called a chocobo carriage, and had these designed in their image. By attaching the balloons on either side, the caravans are lifted into the air, becoming light enough for alpacas to pull. It is an immensely helpful invention, allowing us to tread the steep mountain roads throughout Tyrol more safely and swiftly than ever. Thanks to you, we are one step closer to having our caravans ready for such travel once more, and returning to a sense of normalcy. It's especially funny that they just, like, accidentally mistook me for the artisan, considering the fact that Shizune is an aura, and I don't think there's any other aura anywhere on Taral. Pavli seems to be dying to discuss something. Why, hello there. Tell me, friend, are you not curious about the vibrant carmine hue of our traditional wear? A shade this vivid can only be brought out through the application of an age-old dyeing technique. Help me out, and I'll tell you all about it. In the hills southwest of here, which you can reach by exiting the nearby gate, there are a few spots where sapped notocactors are commonly found. I would like you to collect precisely 2 of them for me. Worry not, I've prepared these 2 remarkably thick sacks that should get the job done. I appreciate your assistance. That's not far from here. Oops, that's not the button I wanted to hit. Southwest? And then a little more south? Is it? Oh, it's literally right above me. Wait, there we go. Oh! I meant to do side quests on Viper. Oop. Did I mess up? I might have. I did. Whoop. Oop. Nope. Okay. I see it. Actually, I'm gonna... Falling off that cliff really fucked me over. Let's try that again. Also, let me get on river. There we go. Okay. So now, looking at the map, I want to go this way. And then start heading this way, I think. Yes. Okay, I see where I need to go. Shizune, you're more responsible than Wuklamot. Because Wuklamot has trouble saying no. Surely having you with her will make things better, and in the meantime, I'm just like, I'm the person who compulsively can't say no to people who need help. As you force the Notocactuar into the sack, you notice a red substance clinging to its cuticles. No, I want this amount. And we return. Is the bulge in those sacks what I think it is? A notocactor sapped of all energy has been crammed into the sack. Here you go. Wonderful, my friend, wonderful. Frail as I am, I could never have hoped to carry back these oversized succulents. As agreed, I will share with you the secrets of our dyeing technique. Tell me, did you notice the little bits of red on their cuticles as you packed them into the sacks? It's nothing to be alarmed about, but those are in fact parasites. Once infested by the vilekin, the notocactors gradually weaken. Eventually, they wander away from their prickly peers and settle in the southwestern hills, though it's not entirely clear if this migration is of their own volition. When we've found a notocactor completely sapped of strength, we brush the parasites ailing it into a bag, dry them, and finally crush them to extract the carmine within. I'm sure using insects to create dye must seem unusual, but when living in parched lands with sparse vegetation, one must develop a deep and rich understanding of all that is available. Deep and rich like the red of our dye. I mean, it's not that unusual. The main historical sources of dyes has been plants, bugs, and shells, and rocks. And different types of soil, I think. This is the artisan who makes our taming saddles. Oh, hang on. Back card. Is it really possible to make 100 times what that wool is worth just through trading? Hello. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. Damn that frown. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zeral Jah will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. It's funny, because there is a very subtle commentary here with Zeral Jah's supporters of how it is that, like, genuinely awful people come into power, because the people who support them, they're not really thinking about the morality or like the actual repercussions of what the person they support wants to do. They're just thinking about what they can get out of it. They get theirs, so they don't care that, like, it's actually gonna fuck up the entire country. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. I mean, no, here, let me paint a picture for you of how it could bring him more customers. Taral remains a place of peace. We open up its borders for tourism. Tourists start coming in because they want to see this nice, peaceful, beautiful place. You're gonna need more saddles for the alpacas needed for tourism tours. You know, maybe have some alpaca tours. B, it would open up trade overseas. Maybe this guy wants to expand his business and start doing horse saddles for the people in the Far East, or chocobo saddles. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Woklamot. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plan for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Turiola on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Yeah, like him! Of course, the Weaver! Bolnok was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. As you can see, only the finest leather for my saddles. Yep. I realize this is the better way of doing it in terms of the story and like the point it was trying to make and what the actual test was. But what if we had just done what a lot of players in 14 do when it comes to crafters and just been like, hey, what if you tell us the materials and we go and we like gather the materials and bring them back to you and then you only charge us for the labor? Is this where you met the Weaver? It is. This is the spot. After Bolnok talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to Watu Pelo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Sure. Also, the usual check. only go out of my way if I see that it's like 100 or less yalms. Otherwise, I trust that quest will take me by where I need to go eventually. Or I'll hunt it down off stream. We're here! I hope he's willing to offer us something wonderful in exchange. Ah, we meet again. But wait, weren't you all on your way to Wanchun Pello? Can I have that basket, Shizune? Here you go, a basket of standard quality wool you received from Tobli, worth 1 pel in the hundreds column. Thanks! Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Well, no. I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise! You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal? Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bulno. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first seal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Shizune remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Shizune. You take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. All set? Our next seal is waiting to be found. Yeah! Cute! Success! You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for 500 pel wool poncho. We turned 100 pel into 500. I know it's only 5 times more, but it feels like 500 times more. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense. But how do we know if someone needs a poncho? I mean, if they look cold, that'd probably be a good start. But they aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? She says while two Mamulja are just like right there in the background. There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Like the two shirtless guys right behind us? 3 shirtless? Who needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. Oh, okay. It hampers their movements. So even if they had bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Sure. If he's sweaty, he probably doesn't need clothes. What about this guy? Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Ho there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolo, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. Here you go. What a splendid poncho! This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh ho! From 500 to 1,000? We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the Penimus owner of Meeplu's that's right, it's Mate. Meeplu's Mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Yeah. Man, he's like, when he realizes who he got that poncho from after the expansion, he's gonna be like, oh my god, I'm wearing clothes given to me or traded to me by the Wooklamat. I'm never wearing these ever again because they're too valuable. Even if it's just to me personally. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Meeplu's Mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? Allegedly. Exactly, a family heirloom. Success! You traded a 500 pel wool poncho for a 1,000 pel hatchet. Here we go again, riding alpacas. Yeah! Isn't it great? Well done recognizing that toolmaker is a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. I am an excellent merchant in my spare time, actually. We've been doing so well. Even Tobli would have to agree. Oh wait, are there side quests? No. Okay. Ruklamat steels herself for the ride to find your next trading partner. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this, so you don't spew all over it. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu was so kindly provided, or has so kindly provided. Okay. If I'm going to catch a wild alpaca after this, I can't be shying away from the tamed ones. Not that I'm scared of them, you understand, or their nasty, disgusting, foul-smelling spit. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Yeah! And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pello would never be able to become trading merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tyrol? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Wilkorzormor. Wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You might have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yokui. So Mablu, you said you're learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Yay! We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvlo's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Walking. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. How old is he? All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the Feat of Gold. Pretty sure, again, that this is the Feat of Gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Muklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Meatblue herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. Did you give the hatchet back to Wuklamat? We should let her do the talking. To what do I owe this honor? You have that little axe for me? It's called a hatchet, Wuklamat. A finely crafted hatchet you received in trade for a wool poncho. Worth 1 pel in the thousands column. Thanks! Now to see what we can get for it. You're Meeplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to on offer? This hatchet. Forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. The deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Meeplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would, until Kona's reforms come about. I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Chizuna and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too! Go off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Isn't it splendid? Go ahead, drink in the verdant vista of my beautiful mate garden. Yeah! Also, boop, west. So, oh, it's right there. Right, hang on. How do I... This way? This way. Alright, and then the next ether current is to the east, so we'll worry about it later. Leaves. You know, considering the fact that I am a romance writer, you guys are lucky I'm not making more jokes about how we're collecting mates. Smile. I know it's mate. I know it's pronounced mate. But it's spelled... What's that look for, Ash? Oh, right, I can't fly here. Impressively, this is the first time I've run into that problem where I've tried to fly someplace I can't this expansion. You brought me some leaves then? Oh wait, hang on. Can I find Wuklamai or Mablu out here? I almost forgot about that. Yes. Very important. Did you see how Wuklamai come to my rescue there? She really is good with people. She is. Of her 3 siblings, she's the best with people. And people need to give her more credit for that. Oh, there she is. I wasn't sure Meeply would bite, but it goes to show that you never know until you try. Yeah! Okay, now. You've brought me some leaves, son? I have! A sizable pile of freshly harvested mate leaves. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our lightest grade mate leaves, our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Damn, our labor is worth a lot. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I was expecting like, what, 1,500? I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? So you intend to give up then? I can't! After getting a taste of real trading, I want to be a merchant more than ever. Then you'll just have to be honest. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Terrell's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. Yeah. Then what's next, then? We try to trade our leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel. No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zeralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wook Lamont of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Just in time for an ad break. All right, I am gonna go grab dinner. Whoa! Yeah! Success! You traded a 1,000 pel hatchet for a 5,000 pel sack of top grade mate leaves. Ooh, and I leveled. Oh, I leveled. Anyway, I will be back in a little bit. I'm gonna grab food during this ad break. BRB. Alright, we're back, and I have beef stew. Hee hee. I've never been one to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. Stretch! Oh, fine, I'm stretching. I'm refilling my water so I can hydrate. Okay. Oh, right, I should... There, I hydrated. Happy? Anyway, Lucamat has her eye on a jug of premium mezcal. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Let's go! Ooh, side quest. Where? There. Also, let me swap over. Probably is in need of a tea tester. Oh, I'm not the right person for that. Hey, Zev, if you're still around, I need you. This is more your job. Getting to Yvonne's quest? Yay! Hello there. I hear you're a traveler from across the salt. Just the person I need to assist me. I wish to expand trade beyond the borders of Tyrol, and so I've come planning to export mate tea. The problem, however, is mate's reputation for being something of an acquired taste. My solution was to blend mate leaves with some of our local specialties, and your foreign palate would be perfect to test them. One of our brewers has already prepared a batch in the relaxation area. Why not go and speak with her? Okay, your problem, buddy, is that I am very the two flavors I am very sensitive to, and the new blends offer a taste for everyone. The brewer has already prepared a batch of each and is waiting for you at the relaxation area. Do try them while they're still hot. Anyway, I'm really sensitive to... One of the things I'm really sensitive to is bitter, which means if that acquired taste is bitterness, it doesn't matter what you mix it with, I will be able to taste it. I have this problem with, like, any kind of black tea. I've tried black teas that were, like, a blend that on paper seemed like something I should have loved, but I could still taste the black tea in it, so I didn't really enjoy it. Ah, you must be the one here to try our new blends. I've prepared 3 for you to sample. I believe there's nothing more telling than the expression one makes when they sip their first cup of an unfamiliar tea. So go on, have a taste, but please stay where I can see you. That's creepy. Okay. Fruity blend. A blend of tea as refreshing, this blend of tea has a refreshing citrus-like aroma. That's probably the one I'll like. You taste a hint of acidity, perhaps citrus. It complements the naturally mellow mate tea well, serving to create a soothing mixture. Let me just really quick Google. Mate tea taste like. Never mind, it's a whole website describing it. I don't have time to read that. I just want to know if it's bitter. Or grassy, or what. It complements the naturally mellow mate tea well, serving to create a soothing mixture. Okay. Rich blend. Whoops, what does this have? Notes of honey and vanilla tickle your tongue. A delightful blend. It may very well have wide appeal in Eorzea and beyond. The aroma of this blend bears a striking similarity to that of coffee. Oh, disgusting. You detect a light bitterness behind the full-bodied, earthy flavor of this blend. It's quite unique, but will surely have its admirers. I could see from your expressions how much you enjoyed each of the blends. Enjoyed? As the one who personally brewed them, I am truly honored. If you have a favorite among the selection, please let Pobly know. You have a favorite? Oh, okay. He's repeating himself. The fruit one. I don't like coffee. You're back! I take it you've tried each of the blends. Tell me, which one was your favorite? The fruity blend. I'm thrilled you liked it. I thought perhaps people would enjoy something with a more refreshing flavor, so we tried mixing in fruits from Yachtel. Your perspective has been a great help, my friend. I thank you for your assistance. Though mate tea can be found anywhere in Tyrol, there's no guarantee that it will enjoy the same popularity in foreign lands. We must experiment and innovate if we are to capture new markets. Sure, but also maybe give people some credit and let them try the original stuff before assuming they won't like it. Like, yeah, sure, sometimes something is a local acquired taste and people from other cultures might react differently to it. But they won't know, and you won't know unless they actually try it. Northeast? Okay, so it's somewhere up here. Ah, yes, I see it. Go ahead and grab that. Is there another one close by? No. It's probably fastest to return and then go south. Yeah. Two more side quests. Ah! Leave me alone! I'm just an innocent Shizu. Yes, innocent! Bugiljaw gazes at his stall with disinterest. Ah, an unfamiliar face. Are you perchance a traveler? If so, I dare say you could not have timed your visit any better. Tell me, do you know of the hot springs managed by the Pelu Pelu? My master will soon be performing a traditional dance of the Mamulja there. I intend to join him once I've closed my stall for the day. Oh, right, this quest is totally referring back to the Moogle quest, by the way, and some of the fates in, Outer Lenosha. No, wait, sorry, Upper Lenosha, not Outer. Maybe also Outer? Can't remember. I intend to join him once I've closed my stall for the day. If you're interested in seeing it for yourself, simply head to Panakpelu retreat, south of here, and look for a dancer carrying himself with poise and grace. The troubled craftsman is in need of a helping hand. Excuse me, miss. Do you have a moment? Please, I need your help. I'm a craftsman come to discuss a new project with a client, but I seem to have lost my lucky charm along the way. My dear doll. I'm afraid how the meeting may turn out without it. The last time I saw it was at Panakpelu retreat. Maybe it fell out when I was gathering my things. I'm to meet with my client in just a moment, and it wouldn't do to be late. I realize this is sudden, but would you find my doll for me? I'll delay the meeting for as long as I can. Yes. And there's an ether current also to the south. See, this is why I always advise that people do their ether currents while they're doing their quests. It's not about, like, being able to fly as soon as possible. It's just the most efficient way to go about it. Because quests almost always bring you right by where you need to go for the ether currents. Where's this one, though? To the west? Did I fuck up? No, I was in double digits. What happened? Oh. Is it here? Hang on. Okay. I think it might be... No? Yes? South? No, this is south. Huh? Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Okay, hang on. I think I see maybe where I need to go. No. What the Oh! Oh. It's probably... I got baited. It's probably, like, right here on the other side. Okay. Never mind. We now return you to your regularly scheduled side quest. No! I haven't done anything to you! I'm innocent! dignified dancer. You are interested in our traditional bathing dance? I am honored. It would be my pleasure to show it to you. But to truly appreciate it, first you must understand the purpose behind each movement. The dancer steps before the spring and pours its purifying waters over their body thrice, cleansing skin of grime, mind of thoughts, and joints of ache. Only when they are in perfect condition may the dance begin. Come, I will show you. The bathing dance is under no circumstances allowed in the public springs. Those who do not comply will be escorted out and banned from further entry. The stimulation is simply too much for the other guests. I'd be happy to have someone escort you to one of our private springs, where you may perform the dance to your heart's content. What? What? Oh, so what do you mean stimulation? I was unaware of such a rule. Very well. It is regrettable that I cannot demonstrate Mumulja tradition before an audience, but better that I dance in private than not at all. See, they have the same problem at Camp Bronze Lake. I am sorry you came all this way for nothing, my friend. Would you be kind enough to let my pupil, Gilja, know that I am performing in seclusion? Have you seen the bathing dance? It's appropriately named, if you ask me, and not for the reason you think. Trust me, you'll be washing your eyes out after seeing it. Uh-huh. Let's see here. You locate a small pouch behind the shelf. Inside, you find an adorable doll, a warm smile adorning its face. This appears to be the missing item. Found it on the first try. Go me. Oh dear, forgive me. I didn't realize the dance has been forbidden in public springs. I have traveled all this way to perform it, following in the graceful footsteps of the most experienced and most handsome of all my master's pupils. The guy from the Moogle quests, I'm assuming, and also from one of the Fates near Bronze Lake. Oh, Bugalja, how I miss him. He left Taral many years ago, saying he would make a name for himself as a mercenary across the salt. I hope he is well. Kinda? But that is neither here nor there. I must thank you for relaying Master's message to me. I will join him in the private springs when I have finished up here. It's unfortunate you could not witness the dance today, but hopefully, one day soon, you will have the opportunity to behold the glory of our sacred dance. You know, Urgopacha is home to the Pelu Pelu, and many merchants like myself make the journey into these mountains to trade with them. They are gracious enough to offer us beds in the inn and a dip in the hot springs at bargain prices. I must admit, being received with such hospitality puts me in high spirits. But anyway, given the narrative around that Mumulja bathing dance, it very much feels like it is something that would fit nicely into a Hildebrand quest someday. Were you able to find it? Depends. Is this it? This pouch contains a traditional Pelu Pelu doll with an endearing smile on its face. Oh, thank goodness, my precious doll! I won't let it out of my sight again. We Pelu Pelu became merchants after Galul Jaja bestowed a great kindness upon our people to help achieve his goal of fostering amity between clans. This doll's bright smile serves as a reminder to uphold that ideal, to spread happiness through trade. I've no doubt that you, being the kind-hearted individual that you are, will enjoy great fortune and happiness in your future business endeavors. I truly can't thank you enough for your help. Oh. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Apparently if you use your scroll wheel, you can just scroll through the pages of your control panel. That's nice to know. Oops, hang on. I meant to go on Bard. There we go. And let's continue MSQ. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to talk to Wukumot. No! We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Shizune, perhaps Wukumot could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. So, Wukumot is over here. Or is she not visible right now? They said village entrance. Okay. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolo. I often come here to buy Gobli's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations. Else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. His spirits are excellent, I agree, but they're simply too strong for me. Oh-ho! That's a fake door. So, is it inside I need to go? Oh, over here. Gobli might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed at or out of sun perch. Most Pelu have at least one set of especially fine garments. The success of a deal can hinge on how you present yourself, so it pays to dress to impress. Uh-huh. There's not much I can say about Gobli, but I can tell you what Gobli's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might agree, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't help keep making the thing they love. Okay, I have ideas. So, what did you find out? He could use an alternative to Mezcal for trade negotiations, and also he needs some mercenary work done. Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobli is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead, and I'll bring Muklamot. Okay. Okay, so we want to go. Can I jump? No. Wait. I want to go out and then up. Oh. There we go. And then here? Yes. Now, oh, there was an easier way of getting there. Well, I took the scenic route. It's fine. You have business with me, madam? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? The Hobigo chef's distaste for strong drink. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hobigo chef, say is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance. And brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hobigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to cull the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and the banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity, if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volokchunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliyola. Look at her go! As a supporter of Buklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit fit for this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in the Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. All right, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Shizuna and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wanchumpelo. Be safe. That young woman is one formidable trader. Yeah, Mablu! Please be careful out there. Okay, whoop. Anything down here? Maybe? Yes. Somewhere. Why is somebody setting off fireworks in my neighborhood? At least I think those are fireworks. That should be a Gabi Jaws, just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. Yeah. Oh wait, let me get River out. There we go. Have I finished the I finished one of them. Okay. And how is he doing? He's still working on getting that experience. All right. It's so, I'm not sure if it's fireworks or somebody like banging on something. I don't think it's a gunshot is what I'm saying. Hang on. course I get up and whatever it is, stop. Anyway. Last one. Easy peasy. Now, let's find that ether current before we talk to Wilmot. Go away, I'm innocent! I am little bean! I am innocent little bean! Alright. That is... There should be one more somewhere on this part of the map that I have access to. Allegedly. Unless they didn't do perfect half and half with this one. Compared to the creatures I hunt with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Why didn't I leave that with her before I went off to kill a bunch of monsters? Here we go. Go on, give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Finished already? Even hardened mercenaries would have taken longer. Yeah, well, we're more than just hardened mercenaries. We're Lamont and the Warrior of Light. That's also our band name. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. A large sack of premium mate leaves you received in trade for a fine hatchet and an investment of labor. Worth 5 pel in the thousands column. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. You're welcome. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolno, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yay, we did it! Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Proud of you! Success! You traded a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal.
Yeah!
Master Gobley's praise makes me confident I can be a peddler after all. Well, a bit more confident than before, at least. I'm satisfied with our trade, and I trust you are too. Should you have need of more mezcal, you know who to come to. Muklomat is ready to return to Havli. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Don't joke like that. Luckily, Havli's place is not far. You just need to head across the plaza. I'm satisfied with our trade, and I trust you are too. Should you have need of more mezcal, you know who to come to. I look up the bright side, Wiklamot. If I drop it and it breaks, it's my fault, and I can, in fact, cover the cost of it. The third promise looks ready to trade the mezcal now. My price is final. Bring me a jug of premium mezcal, or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it. The trade we've been working towards. A high-quality jug of mezcal you received in trade for premium mate leaves, an introductory letter, and the swift culling of hostile pests, worth 10 pel in the thousands column. Phew! Still in one piece. Right. Time to make our deal. I like how I keep putting food in my mouth when I know damn well I'm about to have to read something. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zeralja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Yay! Oh, that saddle's so cute! Success! You traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. It's too bad. I don't know. Maybe this exists and I'm just not aware of it, but it would have been nice if we had gotten a chocobo barding based off of the same design. And Urkopachin chocobo barding, if you will. I just realized something really funny. Does this guy think that if Tuliolol went to war, that all of the fighters would be riding in on alpacas? These incredibly shy, skittish pack animals? I'm sorry, but like, as far as we know, battle alpacas aren't a thing. In the meantime, they would be going up against the Eorzeans, who have a long history of fighting on top of and also beside their chocobos. The people of Ilsabard probably would be pitching in. It basically result in the all three continents banding together, which would be incredibly touching, but also it means that it would be like, okay, yes, the Mamulja and their wyvers, but then a bunch of people on alleged battle alpacas going up against the grand companies, the Ishgardians, like basically the Eorzean Alliance, the Garleans and their tanks, the Far East, who also probably have a history of fighting on horseback, also oh man, the people supporting Zeralja really are short-sighted, aren't they, huh? And I know I made a comment earlier about how that's kind of a commentary on people who say, like, to use the US as an example, people who supported a certain racist Cheeto because they were only looking at small picture. They thought it would be good for them. You know, maybe this will be good for trade. Maybe this will be good for my business, etc., etc. And then he came into power, and everybody's like, this. Everybody who voted for him is like, this isn't what I voted for. And I have a feeling a lot of people who supported Zeralja would be in a very similar position of, hey, this isn't what we were supporting. What do you mean our loved ones are dead? What do you mean you aren't using alpaca to, like, you're furnishing all of your people, your fighters with wyvers, not alpaca, and so we don't know how to make saddles for them, or you already have other sources for the saddles. What do you mean this isn't good for us because we're being conscripted into your army? Which, let's be real, they'd have to do. The Pelu Pelu are thinking about this as a business thing, not what the actual real repercussions of it would be. Tobley and Aaronville have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight out of my hand. Aw, Growl's so happy! I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. I'm beginning to understand Wuklamot's aversion to the animals. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive? It looks like everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. Oh yeah, where's Tobley? Guess he's just not here. Okay. Let's tell them the good news. Is this finally going to be a voice cutscene so I can eat my beef stew in peace? No. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and it's thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, I know. This is something I need to learn. Oh, I just realized what they should have done. That would have made this a lot smoother. Because, like, I get, like, the cutscene that we get with her, or, while she's gone, is nice. But they should have made it, given us a solo duty where we RP'd as Wuklamot getting the alpaca. Great sunken gods, I did it! They could have used the mechanics for catching animals from Island Sanctuary. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamot's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. Ah! You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zeralja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? And also yellow, well, gold, but you don't get my point. I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with... Oh no! Oh wait, not yet. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamot. Sure. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tyrell can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature, these are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Kuliolal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Okay, I'm gonna... I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna put up the BRB screen while I take care of some stuff. Okay, we're back. Now, Zeralja was explaining to us his reasonings for wanting to subject his people to war so that they would suffer and want peace. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over, all with the threat of force alone, says the guy who we only ever see do anything through the threat of force and intimidation. Thank you for the care package, Josh. I have stretched, I have hydrated, I have checked my posture. This is why Gululjaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, there it is. The first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliolo, but the star in its entirety. Just like the Garleans did. You know, the Garleans you think are so different. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done! Well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Kona. It's like we're not even family. You know what? I slightly take back what I said earlier. I do still think that it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to highlight that there is a pretty significant age difference between Zeralja and the other two. But regardless of age difference, I think Wuklamot just saying like, hey, yeah, he's always been like this. He's never really shared anything with us. We don't really have that much of a relationship, and it's partially because he keeps rejecting us. I think that does an equally good job. Because even if they were close in age, that would have still been a pretty valid explanation. And it may or may not even have anything to do with the fact that they're adopted, you know? He's just kind of like that. And we kind of see that, honestly, with, like... You know, I remember seeing somebody on Tumblr point out, in the Japanese version of the game, his voice actor is this incredibly well-known actor. And they gave the guy the role that has, like, the least voice lines. And part of that is how little kinda Zeralja is in the game. But it's also because they gave him a character who just doesn't vocalize a lot. He doesn't talk to other people. Notice, even when people are talking to him, how often he just has Zeralja do the talking for him. Case in point, during his introduction, where somebody comes up to him and is like, hey, my people are, like, facing famine, and it's cold, and we're struggling. Grant us land. And he has, like, he turns to Zeralja and is like, hey, give him his answer. And then Zeralja is the one who actually gives him the answer. So they also just gave them a character, or him a character that does not do a lot of the talking. He makes other people do the talking for him. Or he just does what he did now. It's like, I don't need to talk to you. Fuck off. I could never agree with Zeralja. I want Tuliolo to be a land of peace, now and always. A golden alpaca in the flesh. Like the Golden City, I thought them a children's tale. What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Scarlians have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. Yeah, because of karma. Zeralja is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace. But should he achieve this peace, what, or then what? Oh man. I was saying about this earlier, how like it'd be interesting to write a fanfiction, like an AU fanfiction where Zeralja won the right of succession, and suddenly Wuklamot is a rebellion leader, and maybe Kona like is going through the motions of aiding Zeralja, but maybe secretly is like an informant for the rebellion. So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would-be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. I'll ponder Zeralja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle. I've practiced how to use it. So lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Urunkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamot off on her hunt. The alpaca seems glum. Perhaps it is wistful for the soothing scent of the taming saddle. Oh, baby. And they don't let us talk to that one. I know it wouldn't work with Island Sanctuary as we have it now, but like, hear me out. What if they eventually gave us a second sanctuary that was here, or like some plot of land here in Tyrol, purely so that we could have our own alpacas? Give us like alpacas and wyvers, and they don't really have sheep here, but there are other cute little critters that we could have had. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way out here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Wait, Alphino, aren't you afraid of heights? I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Urunkanka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Zeralja may have cut his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Wuklamot is out of the running. She can do this. Yeah! Other than who finds the Golden City first, it's not a race. Mablu's right. The least we can do is let Wuklamot know we're cheering for her. I can do this. I know I can. Yeah, let's give her a cheer!
Ha! Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamot is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Uh-huh.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
He smiled! At the risk of sounding creepy, he does look so much nicer when he smiles.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Okay, hear me out. Between that Fade to Black and this, we should have gotten a solo instance of her, where like we roleplayed as Wuklamot actually getting the alpaca.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I think, because it is a little disappointing that she does this off screen. And I think that solo instance would have...
I did it.
Oh, she's so tired. But you know, it would have been nice to know what she went through to get that alpaca.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Especially since they mentioned that there were like dangerous creatures in that valley. We didn't even need to like see her get the alpaca, honestly. Have her go through the valley, fight some monsters. She finds an alpaca. She approaches it. It fades to black. We go to this cutscene. Did she get the alpaca? Did she succeed? And then she rides in on her mighty steed.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
You're welcome. It's a Luca. Hang on, I'm being distracted by Cat. Luca. My Lulu baby boy. Hi. Can I have snuggles? No, you're just here for food? Okay, I see how it is. We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Wooklamont was able to catch our alpaca, and Aaronville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Alphino was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now that he's mastered collecting firewood? We need a proper journey through wilderness where Alphino can, like, really flex his wood collecting, expertise. Thanks to Alphino, his healing his healing hands, I can actually stand again. Maybe even walk. Wooklamont had no serious injuries to speak of. However, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. Too bad we didn't get to see what that was. I spoke too much. If Wooklamont is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. No, Aaronville. I would argue you didn't speak enough. Tell us more about your childhood. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Ooh, I could actually use Raptor Blue. Knowing the Pelu Pelu, Wooklamont still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. Can you put some fruit in mine, please? Thank you. As Mobley was so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace on for our exhausted third promise. Hey Flame, what's up? We are making good progress through Dawntrail. We just wrapped up our second trial. And I don't know why I'm walking when I can just teleport. Oh, yeah, you might want to run then, because you're in Stormblood, and this is Shadowbringers Endwalker. This is 3 expansions ahead of where you are. So, yeah, thanks for the support, but also, fucking run. Fortunately, we're early in the expansion, so, like, not the worst spoilers, but... That being said, like Dawntrail, I think Stormblood is one of those expansions that gets overhated, so I hope you're having a good time with it. Good! Yeah, I think the 2 big problems... Yeah, for sure. Take your time, read the dialogue, talk to NPCs between quests. You get some pretty good lore and like character development through that. But I think 2 things kind of act against Stormblood, which is 1, it is a 9 between 2 10s. Or arguably it's a 9 between a 9.5 and a 10. Heaven's Word overall was really good, but I think people get so wrapped up in how good it was because of like how well it concluded with 3.3 that people forget how rough the pacing and some of the writing was in base Heaven's Word. But Shadowbringers, you're gonna have a good time in Shadowbringers. If you like lore, if you like storytelling, if you like a good adventure and a lot of emotion and a lot of crying, Shadowbringers is peak. Shadowbringers is the expansion I hold all other expansions in this game against. But yeah, Yeah. But so, okay, there's that. There's the fact that Stormblood has the unfortunate honor of being shoved between Heavensward and Shadowbringers. The other issue is everything else about Final Fantasy XIV is very high fantasy. A Realm Reborn is a little bit lower fantasy, but it's still pretty high fantasy in terms of its storytelling and stuff. Heavensward is fighting dragons. Shadowbringers is also, I'm not going to spoil anything, I don't know how much about it you know, but it's also a very high fantasy expansion. Stormblood's themes and story, oh, then I'm just going to say it's very high fantasy and not say anything about it. Stormblood, you could set in the real world and very little about its story would, yeah, it's very low fantasy in a game that's otherwise very high fantasy, and so I think because of that, people don't like it. The other reason why people dislike it, and like I get it, but I don't think that's necessarily a ding on the story. They don't like the split. I don't know how far into Stormblood are you? I should probably start with that in case you don't know what happens. In case you're like way in the beginning of it before the thing people complain about happens. Oh, you just finished liberating Doma. Okay. So the thing a lot of people complain about is the split between Alamigo and Doma. Where people don't like the fact that you go to both. But here's the thing. I don't know, especially with how they set up both areas in A Realm Reborn, how they could have done a separate Alamigo and Doma expansion that wouldn't felt like whichever one came second was copying the first's homework. So like if we went to Alamigo first and then went to Doma in a different expansion, I don't know how they could have done that without it feeling like the Doma expansion was just the Alamigo expansion with Ninja. And by having us go to both places, we're able to see how things might be a little bit different, but also how universal certain experiences of war and being subjugated by the Garleans, how universal that is. You know, the struggles that the Alamegans are dealing with are very similar to the struggles that the Dolmens are dealing with. And by having that all in one expansion, they can tie that all together into a unified theme, into a unified piece of storytelling. And yeah. So, yeah. Earlier I had my Dawntrail is good actually TED Talk. Now we've had my Stormblood is also good TED Talk. My big complaint about Stormblood is if you do the Bard job quests, it goes into a certain bit of lore about the relationship between Gridania and Alamigo. Reminder, Gridania is the nation that actually neighbors Alamigo. Oh, are you also a Bard player? Yeah, so it involves lore that, like, don't you think maybe that's important enough? It should have been an MSQ? At least give us, like, a quest with a adder who is against helping out Alamigo and is mad that they're at Castrum Oriens. And then... Oh, very nice. I did that on my main. I don't hate myself to level every single job on 2 characters. So I'm only really leveling the jobs that I need for role quests. And then, oh yeah, also good pro tip, even prioritize leveling 1 of each role. Because role quests start being a thing in Shadowbringers. They got rid of class quests. But like, hey, maybe we should have had a little itty bitty bit of a quest. Okay, cool. Oh, the game tells you. Okay. But yeah, there should have been something in the game. And for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, there was a war between Gridania and Alamigo, like 100-something years ago. Recently enough in history that, like, people's grandparents lived through the war. There are people who either lived, like, there are Elezen who, they may have been children, but are old enough or young enough, or yeah, old enough that they lived through the war, or they were raised by somebody who lived through the war, and there's still a lot of bitterness. This is also allegedly the reason why the Elementals wouldn't let Alamegan refugees stay in the 12s wood, back in A Realm Reborn. I say allegedly because an argument could be made based off of some stuff from the Leather Workers Stormblood quests. Where, like, a part of me is like, did the Elementals say that? Or did a bitter hearer lie because they didn't want to provide refuge to the Alamegans? Either way, there are people in Gridania who are against helping Alamigo in Stormblood. And like, hey, maybe that should have come up in MSQ. Maybe that should have been a problem that we like just had like a little bit of a quest in the beginning when we first get to Castrum Oriens that we had to deal with, instead of it being locked behind the level 60 to 70 job quests for a job. Because that feels important. Also, Gridania deserves more spotlight in MSQ because, like, obviously somebody on the writing team, at least somebody on the writing team through Stormblood, really likes or liked Ulda, considering how much focus Ulda got in MSQ. And then Limsa, later on in the game, starts getting a bit more love. Gridania, even in the expansion where we're helping liberate the nation that is their neighbor, barely shows up in MSQ outside of, like, meetings at the Lotus Stand. And it deserves more focus. And that would have been a really good opportunity. So, yeah. Anyway, Flame, I hope you're enjoying Stormblood. I hope you have a good time with what you've got left of Stormblood, and then Shadowbringers and all the rest of it. I should probably keep going with MSQ because I'm hoping to get to the first dungeon tonight. You might think catching an alpaca a trivial thing, but we shall see. As I said, there's a reason I chose it for my feet. So there he is. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea, then. Oh, I didn't know you got unique dialogue as a ninja. That's cool. Fun fact, if you have, it's not even if you are on healer. Although in Stormblood, you do get some unique dialogue if you are on a healer during the attack on, Ralger's Reach. But, nice, yeah. But also, if you want more job-specific unique dialogue, play, for no particular reason, play through the Endwalker patch quests as a Reaper. Came back ahead of the other, I read this. I should hurry along with the tea then. Lamont can't be that far behind. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, if you have, even if you're not on White Mage, if you have White Mage leveled up, you get unique dialogue in Endwalker at a certain point. Ooh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. Oh, also, if you're an Aura, especially if you're a female Aura, I think some of it is specifically if you are a... No, okay, so if you're an Aura, if you're a Ryan, when you go to the Azim Steppe, you get unique dialogue. And if you're a Zayla, you get different unique dialogue. And if you're female, and when you're talking to the Budaga, you get unique dialogue with them as well. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Apparently they make some comment about you having pale scales or something, or being the lesser type of aura or something if you're a Brayan. As a Zayla, I got dialogue of, oh, your parents, or like, even if you didn't grow up on the steppe, like, surely your parents, made you boots. You're not truly a Zayla if you didn't grow up eating boots. And Hien makes a comment of, you may not be from the steppe, but this is still the land of your ancestors. And you are still of the steppe. And the Budaga gave me a comment about like, hey, if you were a man, we would have invited you to join us. If you were at least a Dawntrail, we would have waited for you to be reincarnated as a man to have you join us. It's like, gee, thanks. I see you've become more comfortable around our furry friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat. What sounds they react to. Their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Yay, character development! Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I'll take your word for it. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although, I couldn't find a shiny one like Zeralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Galul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. But wasn't he the leader of the Mamulja at the time? Our people were amazed by his imposing two-headed figure, equal to Yakui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Galul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Galul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu from the Yakui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Galul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. Yeah, we got a Galul Jaja minion, last year's anniversary? Yeah, last year's anniversary, right after the expansion came out. So it was that a few words from Galul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. Oh, here we go, yeah. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Galul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, when an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, no more than that, Third Promise. And you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. That's not true. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same results. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Yeah! Second trial done! 5 more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives which are filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you've found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakui. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yogg-Saron and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokoi have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated? We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. All the way up there. Oh, Trial! I have a question I'd been meaning to ask, and since we've finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Saron around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear them as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Truly, there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try and find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then. That's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolal and plan our next move. Sure, I'll catch up with you guys. I have side quests I need to do real quick. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn's servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. Also, it's looking like we may not hit the dungeon until Tuesday, but soon. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zeralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamot. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Yay! I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Zeralja will not be easy. The Yokui once ruled the entirety of Yogg-Saral. I'm curious to see what has become of them. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. That makes 2 out of 7 keystones. So far, so good. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zeralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Javrod Teeb with us. The contest has hardly begun. Okay, but like... give me a little bit. It's side quest time. Especially since 2 of these should be giving me... oh, one of these is the corn servant. That's right. Hi there, little guy. You would recognize the rustle of this corn anywhere. Russell. Well, well, if it isn't my dear friend from Tuliolal. I do hope your days are, as well as your stomach, have been full of merriment and cheers since last we met. Glad to hear it. I was just passing through when a faint rumbling caught my attention. The unmistakable sound of a belly in need. How fortuitous that fate would also guide you here. Might I impose upon you to to help me once more? If you would lend an ear... it's funny, his ear, like ear of corn. If you would lend an ear to the poor boy's troubles, I can determine how best to lend an ear of my own. It's a corn pun! Where? Here? Here? Hold on. Behind me? No, oh, here we go. Oh. Here he is. He seems awfully distraught. A husk of his usually chipper self, I'm sure. If you've come for business, I'm afraid I'm much too tired right now. It's strange, really. No matter how much I sleep, or try to sleep, I suppose, it never seems to be enough. And despite the weird grumbling of my stomach, I have no appetite. Russell. I recognize a lover of corn when I see one. The problem, I believe, is that he eats only corn. He is exhibiting clear signs of malnourishment for lack of a well-balanced diet. Though my dominion is only ever that which is corn and kernels, there may yet be a way we can help him. Prepared with lime water, my corn can be enriched with additional nutrients. Behold, a rich and creamy corn soup. Surely this will help remedy what ails him. That soup will help me feel better? Oh, a corn soup. It really is the best of foods. I can't get enough of it. I never thought eating only corn could be bad for me, but there's no denying how terrible I've been feeling lately. I suppose I'll need to be more creative with my corn cooking. Thanks for this. You've given me much to think about. Nothing like a nice warm corn soup to warm the belly and the heart. Let this be a reminder, my friend. It is possible to have too much of a good thing, even corn. But in moderation, together with other herbs, spices, and flavorings, you can enjoy a cornucopia of delectable delights. Vessel, I believe our work here is done, but know that that where there are those in need of sustenance, I will be there. Fare thee well. Hey guys, would you say that the corn servant's sense of humor is a little corny? Laugh! That's not laughing, Ash. I don't understand. What's wrong? Why are you giving me that face? That's fair. Flame has a valid excuse. Oh, thank you. I know why? Do I know? The flustered merchant appears desperate for help. Oh, thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Mamulja mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. But no sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. And if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chabuket and save him. Also, look, Ash, I want you to, with a straight face, tell me that the devs weren't making the exact same joke when they were writing the lines for that quest. I would be genuinely shocked if there wasn't at least one moment when one of the writers turned to somebody else in the room, whoever was writing these quests, I should say, turned to the others in the room and asked, hey guys, do you think this joke is too corny for these quests? What do you think? Here we go. Mivli has a request which involves more than a little danger. You say you look, say you look like an intrepid individual. I could really use your help with something. A short ways from me, a short ways from here, in Chabameki, exceptionally large, shall we say overgrown, Mega Magwe are known to appear. I'd like you to take one down and retrieve an enlarged bulb from its body. As for why, I'll tell you upon your return. Oh, there's more quests over yonder. Hang on. I thought there was only like 4 quests, but no. But wait, there's more. Whoops, hang on. Let me actually exit this area. Aha. Here. No! Leave me alone! I'm innocent! Also, I just remembered I need to swap over to Viper before I do anything else. Because side quests get... I do on Viper. Viper gets side quest experience. Let me swap. There we go. Thank you. Also, I zoomed my map out even more and found another side quest. Whoops. Hello. You look injured. Let me fix that. I can hardly believe my eyes. You felled those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Once I've assessed what's worth taking, I'll take as much as I can and head back. Also, has anybody who is currently watching played or watched somebody else play Nier Replicant? And if so, agree or disagree, this music sounds a lot like the overworld music from Nier. At least Nier Replicant. Completely fair. I mean, Flame, if you need to mute and just lurk, that's totally valid. Oh, that's a B rank. Hang on. Let me go in case anybody needs it. B rank hunt right there. And ads are coming up. Yeah. Hunts are always the level cap of whatever expansion that they're added for, even the B ranks. It's one of the ways you can tell. The easy way to recognize B ranks. They're level cap enemies that are passive. Anyway, we're gonna be getting ads pretty soon, so I will accept these next two quests once we get back from the ads, then we'll do them. My plan at this point is I at least want to get to the point where we're ready to do the dungeon so we can start or do it right at the beginning of stream on Tuesday. Because I know once it gets too late, it's going to be hard to get people to actually do the dungeon. And I can't remember quite when it comes up. So yeah, that is what's going on with the stream tonight. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna step away during the ad break. How am I on water? I still have a full water bottle. We're good. But yeah, anyway. Everybody, go stretch, go get snacks, go pet your cats or dogs or whatever you've got, your gerbil. Go potty if you need to go potty, all that good stuff, and I'll see you guys on the other side of the ads. Alright, I'm back. Also, guys, what am I gonna do with my cat? I was like walking around getting some stuff tidied up during the ad break. And Luca, like, looks at me over his shoulder, gives me the most pathetic little look, gives me the most pathetic little meow, and, like, you guys need to understand, his food bowl is full. He has food, but he's acting like he needs food and is starving, because heaven forbid he eat when I'm not petting him, apparently. Like, sometimes he will do that, where it's like, he'll meow pathetically for food, and it's not that I need to feed him, it's that I need to be petting him for him to eat. So I pet him, and then stepped out of the room to take care of something. He followed after me, meowed at me, because I think he thought me loading the dishwasher meant I was about to feed him, which I wasn't. And then led me back into the living room where his food bowl is. And once again, I had to pet him to get him to actually eat. He is a baby. And he's always been like this too, by the way. This isn't a case of, oh man, I overspoiled him when he had cancer and now I'm just stuck with this. No. He's always... There, I fixed my posture. He's always been a big baby who, like, needs me to hold his paw while he eats. Anyway, let's pick up these quests. Tossbly is perplexed by a coffee conundrum. You there. Might I beg your assistance with something? I was taking a stroll through the valley the other day when I discovered coffee beans scattered in the brush with not a coffee plant in sight. Oh, I remember this quest. Curiosity got the better of me, and so I brought some back here to brew. The taste was simply exquisite. I'd like to acquire more, but therein lies the problem. I found the beans in Chabameki, an area south of here known to be the territory of mountain bears. They'd tear me to shreds, but something tells me you could manage the trip. Here, take these smoke bombs to drive back the bears, and bring back whatever coffee beans you can. I'm not gonna say what it is. Either you know or you're about to know. But I will say, this quest is based off of a real thing that happens in real life. The hot-blooded storekeeper and her trusty alpaca gaze at you inquisitively. Interesting. My darling Alpy didn't spit at your approach. Which can only mean she trusts you. And if she does, then so do I. As such, I would ask a favor. Recently, a sack of premium coffee beans was stolen from our storehouse. The thieves came in the dead of night, but I was wide awake to catch them in the act. A band of Hubigo mercenaries. My brave Alpy spat on their leader, square in the face, and thanks to her saliva's distinctive scent, I was able to track them down. They were well armed, however, so I resolved to give up on the coffee beans. But for a strapping lady like you, contending with those thieves shouldn't be a problem. So please, I beg you, go to Orunkanka and teach them a lesson. And then we go back all the way up here, and another quest. No, leave me alone! The sickly merchant is not only unwell, but visibly unhappy. Forgive me, traveler. Might I have a moment of your time? Ah! Okay, hang on. Ugh. There we go. And look at me actually remembering to set a timer. Whoops, not for 11 minutes, for 20. Not for 20 hours, for 20 minutes. There. Yeah, standing is good. It's also good for the back and for like burning a bit of extra calories and stuff. It's good for all sorts of things. And I do need to make use of the fact that I have a standing desk more often, so. Anyway, forgive me, traveler. Might I have a moment of your time? I'm a merchant from Tuliolo, here on business, but I've felt sick as a dog ever since I arrived. Altitude sickness? Maybe? The Pelu Pelu boy I hired as a guide to show me around these parts gave me one look before suddenly heading north, muttering something as he left. He was speaking too quickly for me to watch or catch what he said, but I fear the mere sight of me upset him somehow. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you go and offer him an apology on my behalf? He ran off toward the tea field north of here, but there's no sign of him. But if there's no sign of him, I'm sure someone nearby would have seen where he went. Over here? Over here. Did I see anyone pass by this way recently? Why, yes, actually. The local guide. He was gathering fresh tea leaves here just moments ago, until a rather rambunctious alpaca did something to agitate him. I couldn't hold back a chortle as he chased after it. I fear he may have heard. At any rate, he was headed towards the hill northwest of here. Who are you and what do you want? If you haven't noticed, I'm rather busy at present. I'm Shizune and I'm looking for you. Upset? Me? Why would he... I was speaking too fast again. An unfortunate misunderstanding. That merchant has a clear case of altitude sickness. I was right! It's not uncommon in those traveling to Urkopacha for the first time. The best cure for it, and most things, is mate tea, which is why I was collecting tea leaves earlier. But just as I'd finished packing them into my bag, this wild alpaca came and snatched it. Now that I have it back, it's time to get brewing. I wasn't actually sure if it was altitude sickness, but cool, I was right. I mean, it makes sense. We're in the mountains. I don't know if this was what the issue is or if my dad got food poisoning or something, but when I was in middle school, we went on a family vacation to New Mexico. And I remember at one point he got really sick and actually had to go to the hospital. You finished Yvonne's quest? How you feeling, Ash? You feeling good? Are you happy? Yes, drink it up. There you are. He told me everything, and it seems I mistakenly sent you on a wild alpaca chase. Forgive me. Thanks to his tea, I'm feeling much better. Mate tea is a vital source of nutrients in these highlands. I'm sure you can promote it as a nourishing potable back in the markets of Tuliolo. Why not buy some in bulk now? Damn! Turning your customers' sickness into a sales pitch? That's wild. You're not only a talented guide, but a convincing salesman. Very well, I'll give you your offer some thought. But first, might we continue our tour? Thank you again, traveler. I hope that my experience can serve as a lesson for us both to be properly prepared when journeying to high altitudes. I was gonna comment on how it's kind of interesting that they didn't have altitude sickness come up in MSQ. Like with one of us getting altitude sickness. And then I remembered, especially for those of us who have been to, say, the Sea of Clouds or Azisla, this is nothing. And like, realistically, I think the only one in our party who could get altitude sickness and have it make sense would be Wuklamot. And man, she already gets motion sickness and has a problem with alpaca. They don't need to pile more problems on that poor girl. You can only do so much for comedic relief before it stops being funny. Ugh, the smell. I can't get rid of the smell. That sounds like a you problem. What? Who are you? Ugh. I've had it up to here today. Boys, get her. I mean, you can cry. Boys? Damn you! You'll regret this. Will I, though? You'll regret this! Runs away. Wow. Look at me. I'm so full of regret. Woe is me. Whatever will I do? Okay. Just have a few quests to turn in, and then it's time for the question. Also, one last quest. You returned! And you look none the worse for wear. What a relief. Here you go. For a blessing, this sack of coffee beans smells nothing like the thief who stole them. Ah, our precious coffee beans. Thank you so much. I knew I could trust you. Coffee's popularity continues to soar, as does the demand for it. I'm afraid incidents like this one, have grown increasingly more common. Everyone's been pouring their hearts into this, to make the most delicious coffee possible, and give the mate tea farms a run for their money. And yet, those thieves tried to steal the very fruit of our labors. Bad apples, the lot of them. And you know a bad apple when you see one, don't you, Alfie? They deserve to be spat on. Patooey! Oh, sorry about that. I got a little carried away. But I've taken up enough of your time. Here, a little something for your troubles. And the spittle. And last, but most certainly not least, of the non-quest chain side quests, time to find out about the mystery of the coffee beans found in the bushes. Do you guys know what this is about? Do you have... Oh, there's the last Lether Kern I need. Sweet! Why? Ah, yes. The experience of having a black cat. I heard some weird thumping in the apartment. Couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And then I just see this shadow slink out from behind my TV stand. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Oh, no, don't stop. Accidentally bumped the button on my desk. Grr! The mountain bear gazes at you warily, with no hint of moving an ilm. Use the smoke bomb repellent to drive it away. Ooh. Wapow! Brown mound of dirt. Your hands navigate through the sticky soil, finally grasping something solid within, a clump of coffee beans. The soil is warm to the touch, and surprisingly moist. Come on! This is the obligatory expansionally poop-related quest. How do you not recognize what this is? The soil is warm to the touch and surprisingly moist. Nevertheless, you plunge your hands inside and retrieve a dripping clump of coffee beans. Are you just numbed to it by now, Shizune? Is that what the problem is? The stench emanating from this mound of soil is a veritable assault on the nostrils. But you persevere in the name of delicious coffee and stick your hands inside to claim one last clump of coffee beans. You've gotta know. You've gotta know. There's no way you don't. Also, I do have to ask why. Why is it every expansion, whether it's an MSQ or a side quest, there has to be at least one quest where the Warrior of Light handles poop? Is this to humble us? Wonderful, you've returned. I'm glad to see you still have all your appendages. But tell me, were you able to find more of those wondrous coffee beans? Yes? These coffee beans are covered in putrid-smelling soil. Marvelous, thank you. But they seem to be covered in... Is that soil? Well, this appears to be dung. That would explain... Aha! As omnivores, mountain bears feed upon flora and fauna alike. Unbeknownst to us, however, it seems they've developed a liking for our coffee plants and have been snacking on them in secret. But because the beans are difficult to digest, they remain whole in the bear's leavings. I suspect that while inside their stomachs, the flavors and fragrance of the plants and fruits the bears normally eat permeate the beans, diminishing their bitterness and resulting in coffee beans with a fruity, sweet flavor. A most intriguing discovery, one I couldn't have made without your help. Thank you. I dare say we have a new premium blend of coffee on our hands. Yeah, so fun fact, that's based off of a real thing. Although, from what I understand, it's not usually bear poop, it's monkeys that eat the coffee berries, and then they digest them, and then they poop it out. It's elephants? I thought it was monkeys. Unless it's both, because I know, like, I think it's in South America where they have, like, monkeys eat the coffee beans, and then, hang on, monkey poop coffee beans. Interesting, I only knew about the monkeys. Oh, it's Asian palm civet. Oh, hang on. No, this is a different thing, because civets are cats. So, okay. Yeah, I guess it is a couple different types of animals that do it. Interesting. Yeah, civets. I was just reading about that when I looked it up. Interesting. I didn't realize that there was more than one animal whose poop people were rooting through for coffee. Let me hit my return button. Here we go. The ingenuity of... Okay, like, already there's always this question of how did humans figure out that something was edible? Who was the person? Not even person. Who were the people on multiple different continents who looked at coffee beans inside of animal poop and thought, I wonder what that would taste like in a beverage? Welcome back. How did you fare? Enlarged bulb. A bulb plucked fresh off a felled mega mugway. A perfect specimen. This will surely make for fine mezcal. Tell me, were you aware that it was actually the peoples of Shaktaral who taught me Pelu Pelu how to make mezcal? Interesting. They taught us to make the liquor with agave. But we also learned that using the bulb of a mega magway gives the drink a real kick. And the mega magway would give me a real kick if I tried to procure their bulbs myself. Which is why I can't thank you enough for your help. I've no doubt the batch of mezcal I make with this will be a delight. It does take all kinds of freaks. Also, shout out to all the people in human history who looked at something, asked if it was edible, did a little science, and did not make it. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear you safe. The Mamulja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Mamulja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Taral as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We will have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Alright, and now, the quest chain. Hang on, let me make my map a little bit smaller. There we go. Nopley is rubbing his hands together. What? Why are you meowing at me? You have food. Is it attention you want? Sure. What if I hold you up and hold you in my arms like a little baby? Now, unlike when I am sitting, I cannot pay attention to you, Luca, and play video game at the same time when I am standing. Okay, I had to put him down. Anyway. Where were we? Hey, Nopley. Or, hey, I recognize you. You're Shizune, yes? I've heard about you. companion to the third promise. A most dependable individual. The name's Nobly, and I'll have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter. May I help you? Sorry, Luca is meowing at me very, very insistently. Hi. Yes, you are a baby. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose. The exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea and shine a brilliant orange hue. Quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low, low price of 1 pel. In the millions column. It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the third promise. Sorry, I clearly misheard you. It almost sounded like you said 1 million. They're not worth even a fraction of that price. Well, for such a low price, I'd be a fool to refuse. I can't tell if that's sarcasm. We're gonna go with this one. They're not even worth they're not worth even a fraction of that price. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange. These are precious crystals, are they not? Not even a little bit. They're incredibly common in Eorzea. Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? Yeah, like I said, not even a little bit. You got scammed, bud. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the salt, but they're also highly volatile. And in the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. All of which is to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would ever bother with to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him. Having never seen crystals of their like, could you blame me? But if they really are or have no use, maybe the Landsguard can make use of them to fight Vitral? Have I, Nopely the Lucky, been swindled? Looks like it. Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Shizune? I need someone I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. I never actually set my timer, I don't think. Either that or it's been over 20 minutes. Ash, which one is it? Quick, help. You're willing to help then? Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. I can sit? Awesome. Thank you. Hi. Do I want to know how long I was standing for? Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Toral. What? 4 minutes over? Okay, that's not so bad. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Turali mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. I know, the problem is that alarm is my Fitbit, so it doesn't make noise, it just vibrates, and so sometimes I miss it. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible. But finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Bunewa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. I'm stuck! Oh, there they are. Or not? Is this a... talk to one specific... Oh, I see. What happens if I talk to this guy, though? Huh? I don't know the first thing about crystals. I'm not an artisan, nor a mage. This doesn't mean... Okay, it's just gonna call me out for being wrong. Got it. There we go. Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity. But I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there's little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. Sorry, Nopli. So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you were right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's still one thing I can do. Shizune, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? Yeah. What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come and see me again. We must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. Nopli is eager to put a stop to the pernicious peddler's malevolent schemes. Every moment we leave that peddler to his own devices is another opportunity for some unsuspecting traveler to be hoodwinked. We need to figure out where he's been and where he may go next. I'll ask around in Wanchumpello if anyone else has had similar run-ins with disreputable merchants. In the meantime, I'd like you to find the scoundrel and keep him in your sights by whatever means necessary. We can't have him leaving before we've had the chance to settle this matter, after all. I expect he's still in Urkopacha, visiting the markets to use his ill-gotten pelf to stock up for his return to Eorzea. Like as not, he's inspecting the stalls at Ikuvlo's Inn. Ask after a Lalafell by the name of Gigimolu. But be discreet. Once you've found him, try to keep him occupied for as long as you can. Okay, I know I always, like, defend Lalafell because they're not all evil, but, like, at the same time, of course it's a Lalafell. No! Leave me alone! Okay. Ah, there he is. Of course he's an Uldan. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. To think we would meet again here of all places. You do recognize me, don't you? The merchant you spoke with on the ship, the Tuliolol. Oh yeah. I neglected to impart my name to you at the time, but I shall happily rectify that now. Gigimolu, at your service. Since my arrival on the continent, I must say business has been booming. I'm sure it has. I'll spare you the details of my most recent transaction, but suffice it to say, I earned quite a handsome sum from a most generous young merchant. Truly makes the lengthy voyage here feel well worth the trouble. All that remains before I return to Eorzea is to purchase some commodities. Alas, ever since I've felt the soothing waters of Panakpelu retreat on my skin, I can think of little else. The mere mention of it has stirred my yearning to avail myself of those hot springs once more. Ahem. It was a pleasure to meet you again, my friend, but I must be going. Farewell. Okay, I think I see what the issue is. It's not that Lalafell are evil. The problem is Uldan merchants. It's just that a lot of them happen to be Lalafell. Oh, it's you again. Did you follow me here? Or perhaps you too have succumbed to the allure of these hot springs. The water is the perfect temperature, and the view ravishing. What view? What view? Sir, do you have a thing for those Hrothgar over there? Because that's the only view I'm seeing, unless you're talking about the wall. All my worries seem to just melt away. Though I suppose I've also Kavli to thank for that. He's been the perfect attendant, taking care of my every need. I'm surprised you're still listening to me ramble on. If I didn't know better, I might think you came not to enjoy these springs, but to speak with me. Gigimolu was growing suspicious of you. Perhaps it would be best to speak with Kavli instead. Yeah, like, you're not looking, like, the direction you're facing, this is the view that I find breathtaking. But, like, that's not the direction you're facing. This is the direction you're facing. Gigimolu truly did such an awful thing? I had no idea. He only recently began to visit these springs, and hired me to take care of odds and ends for him during his sojourns. I took him to be quite the affluent individual, the way he carries himself. My heart goes out to poor Nopli, but as a Pelu, I am quite intrigued by Gigimolu's trading practices. Allow me to explain. Many years ago, we Pelu were looked down upon by the other peoples of Karal, both figuratively and literally, due to our diminutive nature. Chagrin, it is said that our ancestors decided to start wearing masks made in the image of the most powerful Taral Vidral, Garmanda, in order to strike fear in the hearts of all who looked upon them. Wait, this music is the 2.0 or is the 1.0 Kurthus theme? This is? Or are you talking about something in in Stormblood? This was a zone music? Huh. Interesting. Oh, Flame, have you played since 1.0? Look, they're tiny little people wearing beaked hats to look scowy. Ah, okay. Today, however, the meaning of the masks has changed. After becoming peddlers at the Dawn Servant's suggestion, the masks have come to symbolize fair transactions. Indeed, they are now proof of our reputability. To be fair, maybe this is a more modern version of the mask, and the original ones look scarier. Instead of focusing solely on our own profit, we endeavor to make every trade mutually satisfactory. Countless years of doing so has earned us the respect of those around us, and we now very rarely experience any belittlement. Yet it seems Gigimolu wishes only to fill his own coffers, even at the expense of those with whom he does business. It's a shame. After what he's done, no Turali will wish to barter with him again, no matter what quality of import he has at hand. I will keep a close watch on him from now on. I don't want to see anyone else swindled out of their hard-earned pelf. Though given his present euphoria, I doubt he'll be doing anything of the sort anytime soon. That said, I'm sure Nopli must be anxious to hear from you. I have matters here well in hand. Why don't you return to him? Don't worry, I won't let him out of my sight. What happens if I try to talk to him? Here I am, enjoying myself while everyone else is working so hard. How selfish of me. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I totally went the wrong way, didn't I? I want to go... Wait, where are you? Oh. Oh. Here we go. What? You met Gigimolu during your voyage to Tural? What a small world. In any case, thank you for lending your assistance once again, Shizune. It's reassuring to know Kavli will be keeping careful watch of him. As for my investigation here, it seems I'm presently Gigimolu's only victim. But I fear I won't be the last. There's no telling what underhanded tricks he'll use to procure those wares you spoke of, and I refuse to let him besmirch all that it means to be a merchant. I have a plan, but I'm going to need your help. Nopli appears to be in deep thought. I'd like your opinion on something, Shizune. Should word spread of Gigimolu's underhanded practices, it won't be long before there's not a soul in all of Tural willing to deal with him. How do you feel about that? Do I want it's only natural or serves him right? I kind of want to go with serves him right. Serves him right. Indeed. Yet I would be disappointed by such a conclusion. After all, we'd lose one of the few merchants willing to voyage across the seas to do business with us. If he is to remain a potential trading partner in the years to come, he needs to be made to see the error of his ways. I suspect a few words of warning will do little, however. He needs to be taught a proper lesson, to feel the sting of being swindled for himself, and we shall make sure that he does, the Pelu Pelu way. First, we'll need an alluring piece of merchandise to serve as bait. Hailing from across the salt yourself, I can think of none better suited to finding something that might garner his interest. Have a look about and see what local specialties we have to offer. I should like to know if anything catches your eye. Something rare? I can think of nothing better than coffee plants. They'd surely fetch a handsome price, seeing as you most likely can't find them where you're from. Oh, so you can find them there. Well, in that case, I'd like to try your coffee for myself. Yeah, I was about to say, we have coffee. Don't they drink coffee in Ishgard? A local specialty that's on the rare side? How about the popotos being sold at the distillery? It's one of the few vegetables that can be cultivated at these altitudes. No, we've got those. They're pretty popular. Oh, you already have popotos aplenty in Eorzea? Ha! Well, I'll be. If they're popular across the salts as well, I couldn't be prouder. Aww. If it's for a merchant, they might be interested in our traditional dolls. They're believed to be good luck for business. I carry one around myself, as it so happens. Whether or not someone unaware of its origins and significance will truly appreciate it is another question entirely. I do find it really funny that this merchant is basically just going around oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Swindling people by selling them what is basically uranium in containers that are not protective. If you're looking for something out of the ordinary, I'd have to recommend an Ulan bristle hairbrush. They're good to keep the alpacas free of fleas, and they help prevent skin conditions, among other things. And while you'd expect them to turn and spit on anyone tugging at their or on their hair, the alpacas seem to enjoy the grooming. It's a simple way to help keep them healthy and happy. People can use the brushes too, obviously. The Ulan bristles help distribute natural oils and strip the hair of leftover dead strands to promote a healthy scalp. It's surprisingly gentle on the skin too, so it's little wonder they've grown so popular. Popotos and coffee plants do not seem like bait enticing enough to draw Gigimolu's interest. The doll and hairbrush, on the other hand, may just be tantalizing enough. Report back to Nopli and inform him of your findings. You are returned! I take it you found an item or two of interest? Kinda? I see. An Ulan bristle hairbrush, and one of our traditional dolls. I must admit, whether such a doll would truly be desirable to an outsider is a bit dubious. I think it'd be safest to go with the hairbrush. My thanks for finding a suitable bait. Normally, they go for 1 pel in the 10,000ths column, but to teach our pernicious peddler a lesson, I'll offer him one for 1 pel in the 100,000ths column. Lest you worry, I won't actually sell it to him. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine, so he can come to understand why a fair and honest deal is so important to Pelu Pelu. More importantly, I wish to convey something to him, merchant to merchant. So, what do you say? Will you lend me your aid? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Let's give Gigimolu an offer he can't refuse. Nopli is of a mind to swindle a swindler. All that remains is for me to begin my negotiations with Gigimolu. However, even should I approach him, I expect he wouldn't be willing to bend an ear to anything I have to say. But if you, a fellow Eorzean, were to whisper in his ear of a merchant dealing in exotic wares he won't find elsewhere, I dare say his interest will be piqued. I expect he's still at soaking in the springs, so try searching for him first at Hanakelu Retreat. I will join you after procuring a suitable store of hairbrushes. Alright, all the way back to the hot springs. You know what? Since I'm here, and there's people doing this fate, sure, why not? This isn't the job I'd normally do this on, but... Ah! Oh, I used the wrong skill. I was like, why am I hearing Bloodbath? I didn't use Bloodbath. I did use Bloodbath. I probably should have switched over to Summoner before doing that, but oh well, it's fine. Over here. I'm a little worried about ending up over-leveled because Bard and Viper are both level 94 at this point. But we'll see what happens. It doesn't really matter for content since we're still doing everything minimum idle level, but... Ooh, ad happening soon. You know what? I'm gonna finish this after the ad break. So yeah. I will be back soon, guys. Alright, we're back. And Ash, you don't even need to do the hydration redeem. I need to drink water. There. Hydrated. Anyway, hi, Gigimolu. I'm stretching. Yeah. Get stretchy in. I made Rice Krispie treats the other day. Like homemade ones. And I'm on like the last couple of them. So I had like 2 left. I ate one of them during the ad break. So yeah, I just need to like wash it down. I haven't made them since I think the last time I did homemade Rice Krispie treats may have been when my grandma was still alive. Which means I would have had to have been younger than 8 years old. Anyway. It is you again. I take it you too are unable to resist the allure of these waters. Something like that. I also have a deal for you. I see. And you wish to introduce me to this merchant of exotic wares? How thoughtful of you. I'm honestly surprised you remembered that I'm yet to find suitable goods to take back to Eorzea. Very well. I shall meet this merchant, but I can hardly sit at the negotiating table in little more than a bathing towel. Pray wait for me below while I make myself presentable. It would not do for me to show any openings before the other party, if you take my meaning. Pray wait for me below in the rest area. Got anything to say, Kavli? It seems there have been some developments. Oh, that's all you have to say? Alright. In the following sequence, you will be tasked with supporting Nofli's negotiations with Gigimolu. As the negotiations... Oh, this is a don't be in duty finder warning. Got it. A thing I do not need to worry about when I am doing MSQ or on stream. Thank you for waiting. Now, where is this merchant you wish to introduce me to? Nopely. I see. So you two were in cahoots. If you've come to return the corrupted crystals, I am afraid I do not accept refunds. Didn't Shizune tell you? I'm here to make you an offer. Making me an offer? Huh, I wasn't born yesterday. Whatever it is you're planning, I want nothing to do with it. The Pelu Pelu strive to bring others happiness through trade. Hogwash! You really expect me to believe I could benefit from another deal with him? This is not only for your benefit, but that of new customers you're certain to meet in future commercial endeavors. Upon my mask, I swear it. You can swear upon whatever you like. I still won't believe you. The only thing I trust less than your word is your meager eye for quality. Any product selected by your hand is one unworthy of my stalls. Damn! It's funny because he's kind of going mask off right now. I picked it out myself. You selected it? Well now, that changes things. Considering your wealth of experience in both Eorzea and Toral, yours are eyes I can trust. I see we have your attention. Then without further ado, allow me to present to you my premium selection of high-quality alpaca hairbrushes. The bristles are firm yet supple, gentle on the skin, and exceedingly pleasant to the touch. Even the most sensitive alpacas can't get enough of it. Indeed, I dare say these brushes are of unparalleled quality. We already have brushes for livestock in Eorzea. Furthermore, the market for such a commodity would be limited to farmers, all but squandering any chance of profit. I will not purchase a product merely because of it is of good quality. What if you could use it on your own hair? I must admit, as a merchant, it is important to always make oneself as personable as possible. Yet I am confused as to why you would ask. Ah, so people can use the brush as well. Then may I try it for myself? If it is a quality product for men and women of good taste, then the potential market would expand considerably. Oh my, this is quite lovely. The way the bristles gently caress my scalp, each stroke gliding through my hair like a gentle breeze, and somehow every strand falls perfectly into place. My hair has never felt so soft and smooth. I need one of those. Yes, consider me interested. I dare say the brushes will sell themselves to those with a like-minded taste for elegance. Now, let us discuss payment. By my estimation, a single brush would be worth roughly 10,000 pel, give or take. Ah, speaking of worth, I forgot to mention one terribly important detail. The brushes are made with the hair of a creature indigenous to Tyrol, the Uolon. Specimens are painstakingly chosen for each brush by a master craftsman, paying close attention to the beast's age as well as the texture, thickness, and strength of their hair. I'd say a single brush is worth no less than two pel in the hundred thousands column. I beg your pardon. 100,000 pel for a brush? You must be out of your mind. I shall take my business elsewhere. Wait. After purchasing the corrupted crystals from you, I am in urgent need of funds. If you agree not to disclose this to anyone else, I'm willing to sell the brushes to you for half that price. You'd go so far as to offer them at half their market price? And it certainly comes as no surprise that you lack capital. I may not find a more opportune bargain. Very well, you have yourself a deal. I shall use all the pel I have on hand to purchase as many brushes as you can offer. Okay, now we break out the party poppers and tell him that we fooled him, right? To think the man I swindled would offer me such a bargain. The Pelu Pelu may make for better customers than they do merchants. Now then, let us return to my storehouse in Wanchunpelo to finalize our transaction. I trust that is fine with you, Gigimolu. Indeed, I shall make a short detour to Ikuvlo's Inn to gather my things before joining you. Pray excuse me. Whew! The negotiations went rather well, if I do say so myself. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. But now the negotiations can truly begin. We should hurry back to Wanchunpelo as well. Oh, right, I can't fly. Man, I managed to go a whole stream on Wednesday without forgetting, and now here I am. That's the second time today. All that remains is the final exchange. Dear Nope truly is a generous soul. Uh-huh. There you are, Shizune. Now that we're all assembled, let's continue our discussion. What is there to discuss? The deal is already agreed upon. All that remains is the exchange of goods. Are you sure? Even if I told you that the actual value of a brush is a single pel in the 10,000s column? What? You deceived me? Oh, no, nothing of the sort. I merely followed your example. I do personally believe that a single brush is worth 2 pel in the 100,000s column. I also urgently need funds after purchasing those crystals. But more importantly, the brushes are of unparalleled quality. I think I would be outfoxed by the man I took for a fool. Yet why tell me its true value now? Had you remained silent, you could have made back all the money you lost. I find that a strange question. Are we not both merchants? Rather than prey on one another, hoping to make our fortunes in a single exchange, would it not be mutually beneficial for us in the long term to become trade partners? As far as I'm concerned, this is a chance I can't afford to let slip away. Foreign merchants willing to sail all the way to Tyrol are few and far between, and I certainly won't have the wherewithal to travel to Eorzea myself anytime soon. After all I've done, you would ask me to be my trade partner? I ply my trade in the city called Ulda, where the unspoken rule of business is to deceive or be deceived. To seize what opportunities you can and quickly move on. Long-term profits have ever been the furthest thing from my mind. When I first saw you, Nopli, I could sense your naivety. Thus did I approach you with a mind to exploit it, and pawn my worthless corrupted crystals into your eager hands. At the time, I thought it simply business as usual. And yet I am wholly embarrassed by the thought of it now. That you would use the same ploy against me, and for even greater profit, makes it all the more shameful. Nopli, I am truly sorry for deceiving you. I shall return all the money I took from you, and make what amends I can for the trouble I've caused. I do not deserve your forgiveness, let alone your partnership, but if you're certain that is the best course... I am! But forget about the money. I'd like you to bring back more of those corrupted crystals. If I can find some use for them, we'll have a product that can be easily sold for a premium, and we can corner the market here in Tyrol. I am happy to oblige, but until such a time that the crystals become profitable here, I could not proceed in good conscience without a product we can both benefit from. If it please you, I'd like to explore our options. Man, if only it was that easy to get somebody who's capitalist-brained to see the error of their ways and change them. I couldn't have convinced Gigi Moliu about your help, or without your help, Shizune. Together, I believe he and I can bring others happiness through trade, and not only Tyrol, but Eorzea and beyond. I've prepared a small gift for you to show my thanks, though it is hardly enough. I hope this is of some benefit to you during your travels. And if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to find me. In the meantime, over here in reality, I was watching a video earlier today about the whole Ashes of Creation thing. And it was talking about the investors that it turns out just got fucking scammed by the guy behind Ashes of Creation. Like, boy oh boy, is he about to deal with a legal reckoning. But, like, the funniest part about it all is that, like, he had a history in the MLM world. So, like, shocker. A guy, with, a past in MLM bullshit is a scammer. Who could have seen that coming? But a lot of his investors that got scammed, this is outside of the Kickstarter stuff, right? Or though, because like he lied about there not being investors or like a board or anything like that. But apparently, allegedly, just to correct protect myself, the investors that he scammed were also people who were part of the MLM world. So he did, honestly, they all kind of deserve each other. He scammed a bunch of people who were also scammers, so I can't really feel too bad about them losing their life savings. The Pelu remind me of Lalafell. Yeah? Hang on, Alize, okay. But like, it's so funny because earlier you were all, oh man, with these masks and how short they are, I have trouble telling the Pelu Pelu apart. I can't even tell if they're male or female. But like, they are like the Lalafell. So what are you trying to say, Alize? The Pelu remind me of Lalafell, never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles and mezcal, and raise alpacas to bear them to market. Idle musings aside, we've made a good start on these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. Also, let me switch back to Barb. There we go. Neither Kona nor Bakul Jaja appeared to be in Wanchun Pelo. I imagine they're around somewhere, making progress even as we are. Yet in a contest like this one, 'tis only a matter of time until the claimants are pitted against each other in direct competition. I've heard there are hot springs in Ukrapacha. Maybe, time permitting. I have not forgotten our obligations to Wuklamad, of course. Having immersed ourselves in the cultures of others, though, my anticipation for the new experiences this adventure will bring us has only grown. A golden alpaca. Alone, I may have tried to track the beast myself. Traveling with so large and diverse a group is unfamiliar to me. If she could see me now. Yeah. Look at us. The contest has barely begun, and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Oh wait, hang on. Do you guys have new things to say since we're now... Oh. You're just saying like the second part of... Okay, interesting. Wuklama is eager to attempt the next feat. Let's go! We've now won keystones from both the feat of reeds and the feat of gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Galul Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yokui is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kozumauka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first, then. Let's head there, right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it is ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city. Whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination. Of course! Who do you take me for? And as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Clement, you really need to learn to ask more questions when people ask you things like that. Well, it seems we have free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Fakuljaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wakumeki Meki. A good person to know. Want to come along? Sure. Let's go then. Uh-oh. Ready? The markets of Wakumeki Meki are the best. Is it Waku or Wachumeki Meki? Are the best, or to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bevy. Aha! Wachumeki Meki is everything that Tuliyola was built to be. Let's go. I was trying to figure out what that person's glamour was. Discuss Auntie's Tacos. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Tisol. If you're after the best tacos in Tuliolo, this place sits at the top with Jibaliavuti. I think that's how it's pronounced. Watch me pronounce it a different way every time I have to say it. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat old Baruch Ebu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Tisol. It has been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. Does she have anything else to say? Come on down. Oh, she's just doing her usual sales pitch. Okay. Fair enough. My, the Third Promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, are we? Or were we? Something like that. I mean, he is dumb as a rock. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tiral's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? This child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Shizune, a great adventurer I recruited from across the Salt. I brought her here to meet you, actually. Thought she might have reason to visit Wakumeki Meki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Shizune. You there! Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. He was on the boat with us. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Bonjin Kane. Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... Oh no, come back! And we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you find him first. Sure thing. Also, I just realized Shizune is probably very warm in this glamour. Let me just swap back over to this. There we go. I like to imagine she's still wearing all of this underneath the poncho. Oh, I should have taken the Ethernet. Whoops. Let me make sure he isn't in here. At least he's not on this floor. Somewhere feeling sorry about himself on the beach? Look at the little kiddos! Oh, there he is. You were conversing with Master Ropley. But wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. Yaha? You found him? Good, I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you talking about? Or what are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not! Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolo, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ulda. Eshtime's Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel and served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? Of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Ha! Yes, pick at that scab! Do it! You don't know what you're doing, but do it anyway. Well, when you put it that way, not me. I'm Wuklamont, the third promise of Triliola. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? Oh boy, that's so funny with her backstory, huh? Has Chizuru ever compared to herself, say to her much more famous sister? And felt inadequate about it? On occasion. Girl, you're literally lying about your name because people keep mistaking you for your sister, and you're like, yeah, sure, I'll ride her coattails. If even an ally handpicked by the third promise can feel such doubt, then what hope is there for me? I must question why I bothered to become a goldsmith in the first place. Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important. Yeah, stop comparing yourself to your brothers and start focusing on why you want to be Dawn Servant. Oh, sorry, Shizune. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. Wuklamont wonders how Fontaine is getting on. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. Wait, the Monster Hunter? Oh, wait, no. That's not the Monster Hunter collab. I was about to say, the Monster Hunter collab starts at 94? That doesn't sound right. It's a level 100 fight. No, it's... Oh, wait. Why are you level 94, but you won't let me accept you? Hello? Oh, I'm not far enough into MSQ for it. Interesting. I don't remember that ever being a thing. You can do this, Fontaine. Our lurker seems a changed man. I'm not sure it even is the same man. 'Twas kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fontaine, and I am a goldsmith from Ulda in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachumeki Meki. if you will have me, I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachumeki Meki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes! Yes, of course! I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Oh, are there no side quests for me to do? Oh, I almost forgot. You have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold, the sublime touch of a Wachumeki Meki artisan. Oh ho, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Aaronville waiting. Yeah. Unless there are side quests for me to do. Doesn't look like it. Which means I may be about to be in the awkward situation where I have like 15 minutes left to the stream and it's too late and there's not enough time to do the dungeon, but it's too early to end the stream. I wonder what Aaronville's alternate means of travel is. I wandered through the Bayside markets and found earrings almost identical to mine. They indeed seem to be a common travel charm, just as Mablu described. Great, when do we get one as Glamour? All that waiting was making me hungry, so I tried a taco from both Shibalia Vati and Aunties. I think I prefer Kisel's spicier flavors. I went to re-examine the Tuliolol saga. Should we continue apace, we shall soon come face to face, or rather face to knee, with those enormous Yokoi. I'm told some of them tower over even the hulking Galuljaja. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big plan. Ah, they're so cute! What is that? It's a punity. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures. For the most part, she's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now punities. We're relying a lot on animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. What did it have to be, my old nemesis? Another boat. You did say you were willing to... Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? You did say you were willing to take any mode of transportation as long as it got us there. Oops. Hang on. That went too fast. Oh, she just said, ugh. Okay. Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozamauka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tural now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make a landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Kona! Lamati, traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends! It's been, well, not that long. Thancred, Arianje! What are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable archons during my time at the studio. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarch, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise. Whoops, wrong voice. Hang on. Let me actually get a little hydration in. Arianje's voice uses a different part of my throat. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology, which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you 2, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuliolol spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace. Where is our place, if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Arianje at times, but it is surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Wuklama are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you've resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We've sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erenvel has chosen for us. Oh, he's bashful! Leave the handling of the Punity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Leave it to me. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard. Although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville, just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Kryl will stand on guard with Shizune. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. Then I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Yeah! Will do! On Tuesday! Yeah! Let the hunt begin. Actually, this is a really good cliffhanger, huh? Now, is my map gonna explode with side quests? Maybe? Please? Pretty please? Nope, of course not. Okay. Well, in that case, we're only ending a little bit early. I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream there for tonight. We will start with the dungeon on Tuesday. And then push forward from there tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be back, or not tomorrow, oh my god. Tuesday, because today's Sunday. So yeah, Tuesday will be, dungeon, and then the next leg of the story. It looks like we're doing about a trial a night. Hopefully I can get through more than that on, next Sunday, but yeah, at the very least, we should be getting through, hopefully, the next 2 zones over the next couple days. So yeah, I'll thank you everybody so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button. Join the Discord. That is the best place to keep up with what's going on with the channel, including voting for the tiebreaker to decide what I'm gonna have to play if we hit 100 subs in February. Every month I set a 100 sub goal. And if we hit that goal at the end of the month, then we do a special stream the following month where I play the thing that you guys voted for at the beginning of the previous month. So, right now there is a poll to decide between Phasmophobia and Left 4 Dead 2. If I am at 100 subs by the end of the month, then we will play that game. If we ever hit the stretch goal of 200 subs, whatever came in second will be, we'll play that as a second stream. But yeah, in the meantime though, also be sure to subscribe on YouTube, and obviously I've explained why you might want to subscribe on Twitch. For anybody who didn't hear, I have been trying to do weekly shorts based off of a series I am calling How Comfy Is That Floor, where every week I go into a different piece of content in Final Fantasy XIV and rate how comfy its floor is. Got this idea from the number of times I have died and then just stared at the floor, waiting to be resurrected, and started wondering, how comfy is this floor really? Unfortunately, somebody decided to file a false copyright claim against the video, and it got blocked. And by false copyright claim, I mean it was the name of the company has the word Brazil in it, so I know that ain't Square Enix. And the fun thing is, I decided to go through my old stream VODs to make sure that something similar hadn't happened, and it turns out a couple of different entities have made copyright claims against some of the music in my streams, none of them have been Square Enix. I have disputed all of them at this point, but like if my YouTube channel had been monetized, they would have been siphoning money off of my channel. So that's fun. So yeah, those disputes have been made. I can't wait to wait 30 days for them to not respond so that my dispute goes through. That's what happened to me before in a different channel. But yeah, man, I wish YouTube would penalize people who do false copyright claims and stuff and do more for their creators. Anyway, it sucks, especially because I realized that there is a joke, a running joke that has started to happen in my videos is my dislike of water. You know, it started with a throwaway line in Sastasha about how I don't like getting damp. And then, when I was playing through Tantara and making that video, I realized, oh, the ceiling is leaking and there's like puddles on the ground in some of these hallways. That's not comfortable to lie on. And then there's a joke in there about like, hey, we're in the third video, the one you guys can't watch. And unfortunately, I do have to explain the joke now and give you a little preview of what's going to be this week's video, assuming that doesn't get blocked. Where I'm like, yeah. So in the Copperbell Mines video, I'm like, yeah, we're in the middle of the desert, which means we should finally be free of all that pesky flash to me standing in the middle of the last floor where like half of it is just completely covered in water because here, I can just go in there right now. Hang on. Because reminder for everybody here, let me just reenact a part of the Copperbell video. Anyway, we go to Crying Dirt. So yeah, the best part about this dungeon is that we're in the middle of the desert, which means we're finally free from all of that pesky what? I need the emote for effect. Angry. It is furious. Damn it! So yeah, so in the Halatali script, I do go to one of the boss rooms is mostly water. Remember the electric lizard? This is why I'm mad, because the setup for this joke is in a video that's currently blocked. But, you know, I think it's this one. Yeah. So, like, the joke that that's missing its setup now, at least until the video gets released from copyright claim, baby jail, is me just standing here. Oh, right, it's not sigh, it's slash huh. Just a disappointed sigh at the room full of water. The rest of the dungeon is fine. Well, not really fine, because it's all covered in rubble and, like, broken up brick and weapons and armor. And also, this place hasn't been cleaned in 5 years, but at least it's not water. But yeah, so big sad about the fact that a video that's setting up a joke for the next video got blocked. I'm still going to release the Halatali video on Friday and hope that that doesn't also get copyright claim. And in the meantime, I want to start getting my other stream clips going again. So yeah, that's what's going on with my YouTube channel. I am working on a script for a video essay as well. There's another video I wanted to release before my first video essay that I also have to make. But yeah, so be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I've got good stuff planned. In the meantime, let me find somebody to raid on Twitch. As an ad break starts on Twitch. Awesome. Well, that gives me 3 minutes to search around. Let's see here. Hydrate, fine. And yeah, thanks everybody for joining me tonight. Head over to the Final Fantasy XIV section of the game. Is anybody not raiding? It's still Tuesday. Is anybody doing things that aren't spoilers? What's this? What do you mean, challenge? What's your challenge mode? Somebody's calling their playthrough Final Fantasy XIV hardcore. I don't know what that means, but I love people doing silly things in Final Fantasy XIV. So once we're out of ads, I'm gonna raid this person. True, but I'm not sure if somebody would necessarily call their stream that instead of just saying, oh yeah, I'm a sprout. When I hear somebody say that they're playing Final Fantasy XIV hardcore, that makes me think they're either challenging themselves to only walk everywhere and not use aetherites, which I've been tempted to do on an alt. They are doing something like what I'm doing, which is doing everything minimum item level, no echo, maybe seeing how few people you can get away with doing the content with. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know what it means, but I found somebody who's calling their Final Fantasy XIV streams hardcore. I don't know what that means. Are they a legitimate sprout? Are they doing things without aetherites and just walking everywhere? Are they oh dude, do roulettes. You can get so much skill from roulettes. But like, are they, say, trying to solo everything? Are they doing things minimum item level? Who knows? It's a mystery. How did you spend so much skill? Did you buy gear? Don't do that. MSQ gives you gear. Anyway. If you're doing all your roulettes, you get more than that. I know if you're at level, because like you should only be missing 2 roulettes, compared to a level cap character. And if you're at like, if you're doing all the roulettes, including level cap and expert, you get like 100k a day. Only missing 2 only missing 2 roulettes shouldn't give you that much of a hit. Anyway, we're gonna raid Oliver Oswald, who has a very funny image also for their chat cover, which I am amused by. So, yeah, I will see you guys all later. And until I see you all again, I hope you have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye!